Members, take your seats. Members, take your seats. The chair recognizes the member from Auburn, Representative Osborne, who moves the House adjourned from the session of March 31st, 2022. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the House is adjourned. The House will attend to a prayer by House Chaplain Reverend Bob Stewart, pastor of St. Paul's United Methodist Church in Manchester.
Good morning. Let us pray. O gracious and loving God, we are grateful for today as we assemble to do the necessary work for this great state of New Hampshire. We ask that you would be in our midst today to guide and direct us in making decisions that not only reflects what is in the best interest of those we represent, but that our decisions are acceptable to you, for it is in you that we put our trust. We know that you are a God of love, and yet we see and experience hatred in so many ways. We see the mass shootings happening across our country. We see the hatred and injustices across our country and our state because others do not agree with our own point of view. We see the hate that exists throughout our world. We pray, O God, that you would be with the people of Ukraine and the people of Russia that fall victim because of the decisions made by their leaders. Mighty One, we pray for peace and pray that peace will begin with each of us first. May we be able to say to each other, I don't agree with you, but I still love and care about you. Lead us, O God, in that decision today and in the days ahead. O loving and merciful God, we come together today to mourn the passing of one of our own members of this New Hampshire House of Representatives. We pray for Representative Katherine Rogers, who was laid to rest last Friday. Katherine is now resting in your loving arms. We pray for her family and friends, and for all of her constituents that she represented in Concord area for the last 8 terms. Katherine was a sheep of your own fold, a lamb of your own flock, a child of your own redeeming. Receive Katherine into the arms of your mercy, into the blessed rest of everlasting peace, and into the glorious company of all the saints that have gone before her. I also ask that you be with all the leadership of this house. Keep your guiding hands upon them as they lead this body to the best of their abilities. To you, O God, we give you our praise and glory. Amen.
The chair recognizes the member from Merrimack, Representative Maureen Mooney, who will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Chair recognizes the Piccola Opera Youth Chorus of Manchester, who will now sing our national anthem. House will attend to requests for leaves of absence.
Mr. Speaker, the day, illness, Representatives Alisea, Birch, Ellis, Gorg, Mary Griffin, Hopper, Lawton, Nelson, Nutting Wong, O'Hearn, Pantelakis, Schultz, Sofakidis, Wazir, Wilhelm. The day, important business, Representatives Ayer, Binford, Amanda Bolden, Bucco, Cody, DePalma, Gold, Hayward, Pomela, Mangiaputi, Macbeth, McKinney, Murphy, Pimentel, Rice, Sanborn, Summerrow. The day, illness in the family, Representatives Elliott, Porter. The day, death in the family, Representative Leishman.
These leaves of absence shall be granted unless otherwise ordered by the House. House will attend to introduction of guests.
Mr. Speaker, please welcome Lou Jurish, guest of Representative Tulersky. Darlene Gildersleeve, guest of Representative Cordelli. Madison Kelsey and Leah Izzo, daughter and guest of Representative Kelsey. Alicia, Colin, and Margaret Sano, guest, daughter and grandchild of Representative Abbott. Lily Walsh, guest of Representative Terosian. Jacqueline Hagopian, Kavork Bardakian, and Julia Janesian, guests of Representative Janesian. Rita Matson, guest of Representatives Nodder, Mooney, and Hobson. John and Kelly Husted and Lori Hill, guests and wife of Representative Hill. Scott Couture, Dong Mei Shi, Jennifer Caracedo, and Bernard and Diane Nagel, guests of Representative Mooney. They are with us in the gallery today.
Welcome to the New Hampshire House. The House will now attend to a memorial resolution.
Mr. Speaker, House Resolution 22. Whereas we have learned with profound sorrow of the passing of our colleague and friend Katherine Rogers, who is serving her 8th term as a state representative from her native city of Concord. And whereas Katherine Rogers was a dedicated public servant who beyond her time in this House served as a Concord City Councilor, Merrimack County Attorney, and Merrimack County Commissioner. And whereas a fierce defender of our most vulnerable citizens, including youth, victims of domestic violence, and the elderly, Katherine Rogers used her offices for good, establishing protections for all New Hampshire citizens in a caring and compassionate way. And whereas a lover of animals and protector of those with no voice, Katherine Rogers sponsored countless pieces of legislation to improve the lives of animals, great and small, in this state. And when the time came to shave her head while battling cancer, she turned the event into a fundraiser for the SPCA. And whereas despite her professional background as a campaigner and unabashed pride at being called a lefty, Kathy Rogers cared about this House and the many personal relationships she built over the years, irrespective of party, touching the lives of all assembled in this chamber now. Now therefore be it resolved by the House of Representatives in regular session convened, Katherine Rogers be granted the highest praise and accolades and given our profound thanks for her service to New Hampshire and Concord, the city she called home all her life, offered by the House of Representatives.
Please stand and join me in a moment of silence in memory of Katherine Rogers. Chair recognizes a member from Pennacook, Representative Steve Shortlift.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Queen Elizabeth, whose birthday it is today, said in a speech in 1992 that was her annus horribilis, her horrible year, because of the misfortunes that beset the royal family. For those of us here in the New Hampshire House, because the number of good friends that we've lost this session on both sides of the aisle, this is quickly becoming our annus horribilis. Kathy Rogers was born on March 7th, 1955, here in the city of Concord, and grew up on the Concord Heights, where she spent the rest of her life. The Heights back in the late 50s and early 60s was a very rural and quiet community where everyone knew their neighbors and everybody looked out for each other. Over the years, the Heights grew immensely. And Kathy's sense of community also changed. No longer was it bounded by the Wards 8 and 9 boundaries. Her sense of community had no boundaries. To her, it didn't matter if you grew up on Allard Street on the Heights or you grew up in Afghanistan. You were her friend, and she was there for you. As the clerk has mentioned, Kathy had a wonderful legacy of public service. She served here in the New Hampshire House, Concord City Council. She got a law degree and was a prosecutor for the Allenstown Police Department, elected as our Merrimack County Attorney, and then Merrimack County Commissioner. Eventually, she came back to her second love, her first love being her two pugs, Romeo and Vito. Some time ago, Kathy was diagnosed with a terminal illness, which occasionally caused her great pain. Her last speech was here on the House floor on March 31st. And after that speech and the vote, she called her doctor to say the pain was now greater than it had ever been before. And her doctor told her to come up to Concord Hospital immediately to be admitted. Kathy's response is, "I can't leave now. We got an important vote coming up." And she waited. Eventually, she was admitted to the Concord Hospital, and there she died on April 10th. Kathy had a lot of things to be proud of in her life and her career. But as the clerk mentioned, I think one of the things that she was most proudest of was the number of friends that she had in this chamber on both sides of the aisle, both Democrats and Republicans. To Kathy, there were no walls between the two parties. The only walls in this chamber are the small number of people that have built walls in their own minds. Mr. Speaker, this fall, the people of the Heights will be electing a new state representative to sit in Kathy's seat. No matter who they elect, no one can ever replace the Honorable Katherine Rogers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what reason, Member Rice?
Motion to put those words in the permanent journal.
Without objection. Chair recognizes Representative Klein Knight.
This is from Kathy's funeral. It's going strong and steady just like her, so I thought I'd wear it today in honor of her. You knew as soon as you met her that Kathy was going to be one of the most intelligent individuals you'd ever get the honor of speaking with. Kathy and I love talking about art. I'm an artist by trade, and Kathy a patron with a clear eye for what brought her joy and what made her think. Kathy had a generous heart, and there was an occasion when she wanted to buy a birthday gift for a little girl in her family. She wanted it to be art-themed, and as she often did, asked for my recommendations on art and craft gifts. She loves art, and she is so talented. What should I get her? That depends, I said. Do you like the parents? Because if not, boy, do I have a recommendation for you. That was the day I taught Kathy about glitter. As anyone who has ever worked with glitter knows, it sticks around forever, just like the legacy Kathy left us with. Kathy and I would banter back and forth until the wee hours of the morning. It wasn't unusual for us to be planning mischievousness at 2 o'clock in the morning. My bubby used to say, "The smart ones always have trouble sleeping." Kathy reminded me a lot of my bubby. One of a kind, her own person, all day, every day, unforgettable. You can tell right away when you meet a strong woman, the kind of woman that doesn't suffer fools. We would kvetch to each other for hours into the night. We were both unapologetic when we maybe should have been more reflective and alternatively should have been sorry, yet finding ourselves apologizing for the things that weren't our fault. Kathy had an individual superpower. She would never miss a meeting or a chance to defend, stand up for, and fight for the most vulnerable. And when she stood up, she would win every single time. I never met a legislator in the State House that didn't respect Kathy Rogers' work, her ethic, her institutional knowledge, and tenacity. Kathy was a lifelong Democrat with an arm extended in cooperation and friendship across the aisle. I am so lucky to have counted Kathy as one of my mentors. She was more than just a good teacher. We grew so close to be friends, and she was truly an amazing individual. Like many of my mentors know, she would always try to give me advice, but I would never listen. This would, of course, elicit a solid eye roll and a sigh with, "Well, I guess you have to learn the hard way, don't you?" She would tell me many times that she was more misbehaved than I was. I understand. I would do the same thing when I was your age, she said. Back there wasn't the internet. You have to be better than me. Be better. Try harder. Kathy never sugarcoated anything. When you messed up, she would tell you to your face, and she could be bruisingly blunt. Her feedback sometimes left your self-confidence shaking, but you always knew she was right. She was constantly looking out for me and had my back, even when it wasn't popular to do so. Kathy was one of those people that you don't complain to unless you have a real problem. You never wanted to waste her time on frivolous things or small issues. This was the kind of woman that would save the world and make it her responsibility to clean up the entirety of any mess, even though that mess hadn't been created by her. Kathy was a true advocate. Her joy came from service in saving vulnerable people, animals, and even trees. Anyone who had cursory introduction to her would know all creatures, great and small, occupied a big piece of her heart. This lady was always there for the fight, even at the expense of her own life. She fought all the way until the end. If it had been up to her, she would have preferred to pass away while we were in session or during some other important meeting that she never missed, because Kathy never missed a moment. Promise me, she said the other day on her deathbed, promise me you will keep fighting. Don't stop. What we do is too important, and you have to promise me you will never give up. I nodded, yes, I promise I won't give up. As Kathy laid there in her hospital bed, making me promise that we would all continue our service and that we would never quit, it was not lost on me that the fight continues in many forms of service. Even if we are not in office, it does not mean that we cannot change the world, and the world has a lot of changing to do. Because we're all fighters, she said, I'd like to think that we don't just give up. If you are a true friend to the Honorable Katherine Rogers, you know exactly what keeping a promise means. I had the honor of traveling to the end of the road with Kathy. She left us surrounded by love, and she left squeezing the very last out of life. She didn't waste any of her moments. So I'd like to leave you with this message. No matter how hard it gets, no matter how sorry you feel for yourself, don't quit. Because somewhere, someplace, Kathy is watching you. And if there's one thing you don't want, it's to be on that woman's bad side. Kathy, I love you. Thank you for sharing what precious time you had left with me. I miss you and reflect on the time we had while writing at 3 a.m. because my insomnia partner is gone. The consolatory thought for me in all of this is that you get to meet my bubby, and in the back end of my sleepless mind, I can hear the mischievous and joyful cackling of two tough, extremely intelligent women whose soft hearts had rough edges, planning from above, cooking up some sort of mischievous joke to plan on us all. And Kathy Rogers, your memory is already a blessing.
For what reason, Member Rise?
I move that the remarks of the previous speaker be placed in the permanent journal.
Without objection. The House will now attend to a House resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, House Resolution 23. Whereas New Hampshire celebrated the 100th anniversary of holding its first in the nation primary in 2020, and whereas New Hampshire enjoys a civically engaged citizenry who make candidates better prepared for high office through retail politics, and whereas New Hampshire has a long and storied tradition of conducting well-run, free, and fair elections, and whereas New Hampshire has withstood many challenges to its primary in the last century, but through statute and the hard work of election officials and party officers has kept the New Hampshire primary the premier political event of the presidential race. Now be it therefore resolved that the New Hampshire House of Representatives affirms its century-old support of the first-in-the-nation presidential primary and strong commitment to retaining the tradition that has withstood the test of time. offered by the House.
Question is on the adoption of the House Resolution number 23. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. House Resolution 23 is adopted. The chair recognizes the member from Ridge, Representative Hunt. The chair recognizes the clerk of the House for the reading of a proclamation.
The state of New Hampshire, by His Excellency Christopher T. Sununu, Governor, a proclamation in the year of our Lord 2022, New Hampshire Tartan Day. Whereas the Declaration of Arbroath pronouncing Scottish independence was signed at Arbroath Abbey on April 6, 1320 by Bernard de Linton, Chancellor of Scotland, and whereas helping to expand freedom for all people, Scotland abolished slavery in 1777 by freeing African-born slave Joseph Knight, who had been sold in Jamaica and brought to Scotland. And whereas the United States Declaration of Independence was modeled in part after the Declaration of Arbroath, and whereas nearly half the signers of the Declaration of Independence and 9 of the country's original governors, including New Hampshire's governor, were of Scottish descent, and whereas Scots and Scottish Americans have made outstanding contributions to both the United States and the state of New Hampshire in the fields of science, math, medicine, education, politics, business, and the arts. And whereas the United States Senate has passed a resolution designating April 6th of each year as National Tartan Day, and whereas the St. Andrew's Society of New Hampshire, along with many other Scottish organizations, including New Hampshire Scot, the New Hampshire School of Scottish Arts, and thousands of citizens claim Scottish heritage in the state, now support Scottish Heritage Day. Now, therefore, I, Christopher T. Sununu, Governor of the state of New Hampshire, do hereby proclaim April 6th as New Hampshire Tartan Day in the state of New Hampshire, and call upon the citizens of the state to commemorate the struggles of freedom and historical achievements of Scottish Americans in New Hampshire.
The chair recognizes the member from Ridge, Representative Hunt, for the purposes of the Tartan Day ceremony.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, incredibly, this is the 25th anniversary of the New Hampshire House celebrating Tartan Day. When our former colleague, the late Representative Steve Avery from Dublin, first led this ceremony in 1997, most in the chamber were not yet representatives. Some were not even alive. However, this day has become not only a symbol of honoring great people, but has become a historical part of our house tradition, one in which many of you come to look forward to. And so, we're back. April 6th is Tartan Day, adopted by the President, Congress, and our governor, and marks the day of the Declaration of Arbroath, which was signed in 1320, which was the declaration of Scottish independence from Britain. This document is among those credited as a model of our Declaration of Independence. Perhaps one of the most quoted lessons from this document is this quote: "It is in truth not for glory, nor riches, nor honors that we are fighting, but for freedom. For that alone, which no honest man gives up, but with life itself." The Scots have pioneered the way in civilization. Alexander Graham Bell with the telephone, Alexander Fleming with penicillin, Adam Smith founding the political economics, Arthur Conan Doyle with his mystery novellas, John Paul Jones with modern naval tactics, John Muir creating the U.S. National Park System, and of course there's Sean Connery as James Bond. Today would not be possible without groups like our friends at the New Hampshire Scot, who have organized the wildly popular Highland Games every year since 1976, and our friends for the School for Scottish Arts. The School for Scottish Arts has been teaching for 23 years, and the students here today have achieved notable success as solo competitors at various levels, including Piper Campbell Webster, who is now the new piper for the Dropkick Murphys, and Piper Sebastian Benedito, who is heading off to Notre Dame as their pipe major this fall. With that, Mr. Speaker, please join me with the welcoming of Allison Miller, Marielle Webster, Will Todd, Matthew McLeod Schlattman, James Fox, Chris Baum, Sebastian Benedito, and Campbell Webster as they perform for us. So before we entertain with more music, I'd like to see all those with tartans today to please stand while the rest of you sit. So you all can see the tartan. So, I guess, okay, oh, here we go. Please remain standing. Mr. Speaker, we now arrive at the solemn part of this ceremony where we remember and pay tribute to our departing House colleagues who have passed away this session. So as we rise, those among us have passed in our special way. Representative Dick Hinch, David Danielson, Doug Lay, Barbara Shaw, Rennie Cushing, and Katherine Rogers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and will the members please be seated. I will now like to recognize Representative Voss, who will grace us with a Scottish blessing.
May there always be work for your hands to do. May your purse always hold a coin or two. May the sun always shine upon your window pane. May a rainbow be certain to follow each rain. May the hand of a friend always be near to you, and may God fill your heart with gladness to cheer you.
Mr. Speaker, members of the House, thank you for your attention today as we celebrate this wonderful event. Once again, I'd like to thank our friends at the School for Scottish Arts and the New Hampshire Highland Games. We missed having the celebration for the last few years, but I'm grateful for your attention today. And so until we meet on the bonny banks of Loch Lomond, may your days be long and thistles in front of you bright.
Let's have a cheer. Hip, hip, hooray! Hip, hip, hooray! Hip, hip, hooray!
The House will now attend to the consent calendar.
Mr. Speaker, from the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, Senate Bill 376, removed by Representative Abbas. From the Committee on Education, Senate Bill 394, removed by Representative Cordelli.
Are there any other bills to be removed? Representative Osborne moves the consent calendar with the relevant amendments as printed in the day's House record be adopted. Ready for the question. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The consent calendar is adopted. Under House Rules, from the Committee on Criminal Justice, Public Safety, Senate Bill 303FN is referred to the Committee on Finance. From the Committee on Election Law, Senate Bill 366FN is referred to the Committee on Finance. From the Committee on Environment and Agriculture, Senate Bill 379FN is referred to the Committee on Ways and Means. From the Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, Senate Bill 313 is referred to the Committee on Ways and Means. Senate Bills 363FN and 443FN are referred to the Committee on Finance. From the Committee on Health and Human Services and Elderly Affairs, Senate Bill 275 is referred to the Committee on Finance. And from the Committee on Transportation, Senate Bill 417FN is referred to the Committee on Finance. The House will now attend to the regular calendar. If you haven't already done so, please turn on your voting stations. The majority of the Committee on Children and Family Law, to which was referred Senate Bill 458FN, an act relative to the Sununu Youth Center service and operation of a replacement secure facility. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment. The recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Cody Belanger for the majority of the committee. Minority of the Committee on Children and Family Law, to which was referred Senate Bill 458FN, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following amendment. The recommendation the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Joshua Kala for the minority of the committee. The majority amendment is 1470H, printed in House Record 15, pages 51 through 54. Chair recognizes Representative Lynn to speak against the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to the amendment. I want to emphasize that I support the underlying bill, but I rise in opposition to this amendment. Existing law under the New Hampshire juvenile statutes provides that there can be no commitment for the crimes of theft, crimes such as false swearing or breach of the peace type crimes. But it provides a strike exception which allows but does not require commitment if a minor has 3 prior adjudications. Commitment is only allowed under existing law as a last alternative, that nothing less, no lesser type of disposition would be appropriate. The amendment says that a minor can never be committed for any nonviolent crime, such as a property crime, no matter how serious and how serious that crime is, and it eliminates the 3 strikes provision, so that it doesn't matter how many prior adjudications the minor has. To just give an example, if you're away for the weekend, or if your business is closed and you're not there, so there's no danger of violence to you, and somebody breaks in, commits a burglary, breaks in, cleans you out, all of your property, or destroys your house or whatever, under this amendment, that minor could not receive 1 day in commitment, even if the minor had committed the same offenses 3 times previously. So this amendment sends the message that in New Hampshire, property rights don't mean very much. Because if you just commit a property crime, there's no possibility, no matter how serious it is or what your prior record is, that a minor could ever receive any period of commitment. So stop and think about, how does that make sense in light of the sort of smash and grabs that have been going on around the country? I asked one of the primary supporters of this legislation if any other state in the country has tried to do something like this. And he told me that as far as he knows, the only state that has even come close is Illinois, which provides that a minor cannot be committed for misdemeanors. But as I say, this amendment goes further. It says a minor cannot be committed for a nonviolent offense, even if it's a felony. So if they destroy your house, steal thousands of dollars of property from your house, if there's no violence involved, the minor cannot receive any kind of a commitment. So proponents say that this bill will reduce the... I'm sorry, I should mention. This bill, the amendment contains a subsection M, which the proponents refer to as the judicial bypass. That does allow commitment for a felony, for any felony. But again, it contains a limitation that in order for there to be a commitment, the minor has to pose a danger of serious bodily injury. So again, it sends the message that unless the minor is a danger of of some kind of violence, hurting you physically, if they're just a thief, no matter how long or how serious their record is, no possible commitment. What kind of message does that send? More importantly, stop and think about this. If there's no possibility that a judge could impose a sentence of commitment for a property offense, even when a judge wants to impose a lesser sentence, probation, counseling, treatment, or whatever, there are some minors who are resistant to that. And unless the judge has the stick of being able to say, if you don't do these things, you're going to jail or you're going to a juvenile commitment facility, what's the incentive of the minor to comply with those things? I submit that for some minors, there's just no incentive at all. Some, based at least on my experience, not all minors are, there are some that can be pretty hardened. And that's unfortunate, but it's true. So I should say to you that the proponents of this bill have said that this will reduce the population of the Sununu Center, which we all favor. We all think that's a good idea. But what I submit to you is that that's already the case. The population has already been reduced under existing law. The last that I checked, the population of the Sununu Center was roughly 10 to 15 people. About half are in pretrial detention and half are serving a committed disposition. But so the center has already, the population has already been reduced. I support closing the Sununu Center and building a new facility, and that's why I support the underlying bill 458. But this amendment goes too far. It's true that commitment of a minor for a property crime should happen only rarely. I completely agree with that. But this amendment says never. It can never happen, and that's the problem. So that's, for those reasons, I ask you to vote, press the red button, vote against this amendment so that the underlying bill without amendment may then be passed. Thank you very much.
Does the member yield to questions?
I do.
Representative Edwards, you may inquire.
Thank you for taking my question. I'm predisposed to voting red on this, as you've asked us to, but I would like to understand something. The juvenile justice system was set up so that indiscretions of poor judgment in your youth can be dealt with without a permanent scar on your record. What I'm wondering is if we create such an exclusive blanket prohibition against incarcerating all property crimes, are we essentially asking the courts to try many more of these juveniles as adults, thereby messing up their record the rest of their life? That's what I'm worried about. Is there an unintended consequence of diverting these kids into the adult court system?
Thank you for the question, Representative Edwards. And you raise an excellent point. And I would ask those who may be disposed to vote for this amendment, I would ask you to think about the unintended consequences, because passing this amendment will take away an important option of a judge in a case where involving a property crime, where the judge feels that this is a serious enough situation that some commitment to a secure facility is required, but the minor should, when I say a judge, it also would require a prosecutor, but where they believe that some commitment is required, we shouldn't go so far as to invoke the adult criminal system, where a person, if a person is petitioned, is treated as an adult, and is committed and is found guilty, then the person goes to an adult jail. If you take away this option for that class of cases that I've just described, it seems to me you make it more likely, the unintended consequence will be more prosecutors will say, well, this person should be committed for some period of time, but I can't do it under the juvenile statute. The only option I have is to petition the court to have this person treated as an adult. I don't think we want that. So I think you raise an excellent question, Representative Edwards.
Does the member yield to further questions?
I do.
Senator Abramson, you may inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for taking my question. Under the amendment, it says under Part 2, adds placement of children who are, quote, not serious violent offenders, unquote. Do you know of any definition in statute or in common law, or the New Hampshire Supreme Court has a clear definition of serious violent offenders?
I can't think of a case offhand, but I think that I don't know that there's a definition in statute that has that. Serious violent offender means. I don't think that there's such a definition in statute. I think probably the court. A court could construe that pretty easily to say it has to have it has to be a violent offense, and has to involve, some level of violence.
Okay, follow up?
Does the member yield to further question?
Yes.
So potentially under the bill, depending on how the courts later interpret it, a group of 16 and 17-year-olds might commit a home burglary or even steal a car if there was some intent later on to commit some other violent crime. If the prosecutor doesn't have evidence of that, they wouldn't be able to detain them. Or if they don't have sufficient evidence that they can introduce in court, does that mean that the courts would have just another vague area or gray area where they wouldn't know whether they could detain them or not?
To the extent if I understand your question correctly, I think that if the state of the evidence was such that the only charge that could be brought was for a property crime, and there was no evidence that the minor was, physically violent or a physical danger, the answer would be no, the minor could not be committed either for that crime, even if the minor had, 3 or 4 or 5 or 10 prior commitments.
All right, thank you. I guess I wore the wrong color today.
Does the member yield to further questions?
I do.
Representative Splain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the member for taking my question. If I hear you correctly, would it be correct then to assume that if a house is vacant and a minor commits arson and burns that house to the ground, and even if they become a serial arsonist and burn houses that are vacant to the ground, there's no way to put them in, commit them, and get them help?
No, I believe, and I stand to be corrected if for people that are proponents of this amendment. I don't think it would cover. I think arson is an offense for which someone could be committed, because that would be considered to be burning down a building would be considered, I believe, to be it's a felony that's specifically listed in the bill. But purely a property crime, a theft type of property crime, even if it's a felony, even if the person has a significant prior record of that, could not be the basis for a commitment. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Belanger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I didn't realize that we were encouraging about locking kids in prison. Did you know that when an adult commits a misdemeanor, we don't just throw them in jail, put on probation, or they're let go, or they pay bail? I think we heard many bills this session about bail reform. This bill that we're talking about is building a new facility. Excuse me. Thank you. The amendment is to reduce. Mess me up. The amendment intends to reduce the population of the current facility. We are spending $13 million a year on a 144-bed facility. Thank you. The population is 15. What are the unintended consequences for kids? I'll tell you. I've been there. I've lived in that facility. I have lived in group homes. Group homes are community-based services. Most of the kids in group homes have had a felony or a misdemeanor. Juvenile diversion programs. You have to follow a plan that your JPPO, which for those in this room don't know is a juvenile probation parole officer, puts in place for you. And you have to follow that to a T. And if you don't, there are consequences. In these programs, kids are required to follow a plan, and the system is set up for youth to have success. That's what we're talking about. Setting kids up for success, not failure. If the intent is to just lock kids up for any crime that they may commit, we might as well throw this whole thing out, throw it out the window, it's got a pretty far fall, and keep that 144-bed, $13 million a year facility. I don't want to do that. Instead of keep teaching kids that if you commit a crime, you're going to prison, let's teach them that their mistakes are mistakes and that tomorrow is a new day because, in fact, they are kids and they're short term. They don't understand the consequences. Studies have proven this. For that, I ask that you support with me the committee amendment that we have worked incredibly hard for so that we can move on with the rest of our day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question before us is the a roll call has been requested. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The House will come to order. Question before us is the majority amendment 1470H, printed in House Record 15, pages 51 through 54. The House will come to order. This will be a roll call vote. The chair recognizes Representative Lynn for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this amendment, 2022-1470, contains overbroad and inaccurate legislative findings which are totally unnecessary to the substance of the legislation, and if I know that this amendment contains two sections, that is 5 and 6, which propose inconsistent amendments to the same provision of existing law. And if I know, most importantly, that this amendment would prohibit committing a minor to a secure youth detention facility for a property crime that does not involve violence or the threat of violence, that the minor is a danger to public safety. No matter how serious the crime or how many times the minor has committed similar crimes in the past, and would effectively announce to the public that in New Hampshire, violation of property rights is no big deal, then would I press the red button to defeat this amendment so that the underlying bill may be passed.
Chair recognizes Representative D. Simone for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that there is some confusion concerning whether to detain or commit youth to a facility, if I know that in this wonderful state, we do not commit adults to a prison facility when they commit a misdemeanor, so why are we committing youth when they commit a misdemeanor? That's very confusing to me. If I know that this amendment speaks to the necessities to keep youth and the inhabitants of this state safe, then would I press the green button? Thank you.
The question before us is the Majority Amendment 1470. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend the state of the vote. 182 voting yea, 150 voting nay. Majority amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Representative Lynn to offer floor amendment 1640.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The House has rejected my view that the prior amendment should not be adopted. I accept your judgment. I offer the amendment now before you, floor amendment, as a fallback position that I submit will make the current bill better. Let me tell you what it does. It basically does four things. First, it removes overbroad and incomplete legislative findings, which are totally unnecessary to the substance of the bill. Second, it replaces sections 5 and 6 of Amendment 1470, that's the one you just passed, which both address the same topic of pretrial adjudication, pre-adjudication detention, and are inconsistent with each other. It adopts one of them. It basically says, and I completely agree with proponents of the bill, you shouldn't be able to detain somebody pre-adjudication if they couldn't be committed, following an adjudication, and that's what my amendment does. Three, most important, it changes the new proposed section M of the amendment you just passed, which is an amendment to RSA 169B19(1), Roman numeral 1, to allow a court to impose commitment to a juvenile facility as a last resort disposition, not only in cases where the minor poses a risk of serious bodily injury, but also where the minor poses a substantial risk of significant property damage or loss, or where because of the seriousness of the conduct, the commitment is an appropriate sentence under all the circumstances. Lastly, my amendment also slightly changes the wording of subparagraph M so that while the court must find the facts supporting commitment by clear and convincing evidence based upon reliable evidence, it is not required to comply with the formal rules of evidence. Remember, this will be a sentencing proceeding, and this may be a little bit inside baseball, but in sentencing proceedings, courts are not required to comply with the rules of evidence. To make the rules of evidence applicable in this one case would make it very difficult and very time-consuming, and add more cost to the disposition of these cases. I respectfully urge you to press the green button to adopt this amendment. And Mr. Speaker, I'd ask for a division vote, if I could.
Does the member yield to questions?
I do.
Senator Kelly, you may inquire.
Thank you. Thank you for taking the question. So is my understanding correct that under the language, if we did not adopt this, a high schooler could spend all 4 years of their high school going from car dealership to car dealership, bashing in every single car, and your amendment, without ever being committed, but your amendment would allow some discretion to the judge to be able to commit that person to stop that nightly raid?
Thank you for the question, Representative. Yes, the answer is that my amendment would allow that. Again, it would still have to be a last resort. The judge would have to find it by clear and convincing evidence that that commitment was the only appropriate disposition and that nothing less restrictive was appropriate. But yes, it could impose commitment in that circumstance.
Does the member yield to further questions?
I do.
Senator Williamson, you may inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for taking my question. So this language just doesn't overturn the last amendment that the House proposed. It just tries to provide some clarification so that there are certain circumstances, if, for example, if someone's has committed a property crime and then might commit other serious crimes, that the judge might have some discretion to detain them.
That's correct. That's correct. The amendment that you just passed adds a new subsection M to the law, which creates a sort of judicial override. The problem with the one, in my view, with the one you just passed, is it allows the judicial override only if the minor poses a threat of serious bodily injury. My amendment says that it can be you can have the override if the minor poses a threat of serious bodily injury, but also if the minor poses a risk of substantial risk of significant property damage or loss, or if, given the seriousness of the conduct, the court concludes that it's the only appropriate disposition under all the circumstances. Then it would allow the court to have the discretion to impose commitment.
Chair recognizes Representative Belanger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the record, HB 254, which is what this is attempting to amend, was passed by this body on January 6th of this year. There was an attempt to table that bill, and it failed overwhelmingly. Now before us today is an attempt to amend it yet again. But it was never brought before the Children and Family Law Committee. Didn't have its day in the hearing. That's why we have it before you today. This amendment is dangerous. For years, legislators that have sat in the seats before us have worked diligently to reduce the population of SYSC. That is why today you have a population of 15 and not 144 beds filled. The amendment that is attached to this bill to build a new youth center And if this amendment passes, you might as well, again, throw it out the window, start over, and let's fill those beds. I'm against that. Let's move on. Support the, do not support this amendment with me, and let's stop wasting taxpayer dollars on the current facility. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
A division has been requested. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is Floor Amendment 1640. This will be a division vote. The chair recognizes Representative Lynn for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that there was never, back in January or at any other time, an amendment proposed like this amendment that is now before you, and if I know that this amendment removes the overbroad and inaccurate legislative findings which are now contained in the bill as amended, as you just amended it, and which are totally unnecessary to the substance of the bill, and if I know that this amendment eliminates one of the two inconsistent provisions contained in the amendment you just passed, so that the bill will simply state that a minor cannot be detained in a secure facility for any offense for which a sentence of commitment to such a facility could not be imposed, and if I know that the notion that adults are never sentenced to jail for misdemeanors is a fantasy. I sentence an awful lot of people to jail for misdemeanors, and I know a lot of my colleagues did the same thing. That's just a fantasy. And lastly, if I know, most importantly, that this amendment permits a court to sentence a minor to a committed sentence when the minor has been adjudicated delinquent for either a felony offense or for a misdemeanor offense where the court finds that there is no less severe disposition that will protect the public, and in the case of a misdemeanor, that minor has to have 3 prior adjudications. Then would I press the green button so that this amendment may be adopted? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative DeSimone for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that House Bill 254 passed this House with a vote of 264 to 87, and if I know that this amendment removes House Bill 254 from their portion of the bill, and if I know that the current amendment that is before you is absolutely detrimental to this youth in this state, and finally, if I know that you just voted affirmatively on the prior amendment and this undoes what you already voted for, then I would press the red button. Thank you.
Question before us is the floor amendment 1640. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend the state of the vote. 160 voting yea, 171 voting nay. The floor amendment fails. We're now back to ought to pass as amended with the majority committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? Division has been requested. Members will take their seats. The question before us is the ought to pass as amended majority committee report. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
McGee.
All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend the state of the vote. $244 voting yea, 88 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Finance. House Bill 458 is referred to the Committee on Finance. Majority of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which was referred Senate Bill 291, an act establishing a committee to study the issue of unmarried co-inhabitants, domestic partnerships, and common law marriage. Considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Jennifer Rhodes for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being able to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Senator David Muse for the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes Senator Muse to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In this body, we spent a lot of time talking about property rights, and our discussion of the last bill actually veered into property rights as well. But when it comes to how property is divided between unmarried people who live together and then split up, our laws are unclear and they have gaps. As we heard in the public hearing on this bill, this lack of clarity opens the door to one party being able to take advantage of the other financially when the relationship ends. Retirement assets that normally would be split between a divorcing couple remain in the hands of the cohabiting partner who controls the account. Domestic partner health care coverage can simply be canceled after the split. Meanwhile, in New Hampshire, the death of one partner after less than 3 years of living together can leave the surviving partner with nothing unless provisions were made in the will. As for child custody laws, the good news is they apply to both married as well as unmarried couples. But the bad news is when the split involves unmarried people, one partner may have to take on the burden of paying for child activities and other expenses with no financial help from the other. We are living in a society that's slowly changing. According to a recent study by the Center for Family and Demographic Research at Bowling Green State University, unmarried couples today are living together for longer periods than in the past. But fewer of these relationships are leading to marriage. That means in the years to come, we're only going to be seeing more of these issues cropping up when unmarried people do things like buy houses, have kids, and share financial arrangements.
The member will suspend. It's awful loud in here. If you're going to have a conversation, take it out into the ante room. The member has a right to speak. You may continue.
Thank you. The purpose of this bill is not to propose or impose some sort of a shot-in-the-dark solution or to impose anybody else's solutions or sense of morality on anybody. The mission of this bill is to do one thing, and that's to do one of our most important jobs as legislators. It's to bring in experts. It's to take a close look at our laws, including a very relevant RSA that goes back to a time when women in New Hampshire weren't even allowed to own property, and then decide if making changes makes sense. While I know that this particular legislature seems to have no love at all for study committees, it has shown a definite and deep affinity for protecting property rights. And that's really what we're talking about here. I urge you to keep showing that affinity and to vote red on the motion before us so another motion can be made, and I ask for a division vote. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Abbas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the committee's recommendation of inexpedient to legislate Senate Bill 291. None of the issues presented to the committee addressed any areas of law that weren't already well settled under New Hampshire law. The issue of common law marriage, it's already been settled. The issue of the different ways people can own property is already well settled. What this would do is they want to study those laws, which it appears that many people already did, and come to the conclusion that they're already well settled. If two people living together, it's their choice whether they wish to get married. If they don't want to get married, or one of the people living together does not want to get married, that is their choice. I'm not sure why we need to study on how that would impact their property rights. If people are unmarried and choose to buy property together, whether to own in equal shares as joint tenants or to own an unequal share, that's their decision. These are all issues that can be addressed already under the law. Common law marriages, which have been abolished in the state for a good reason, because people who would live together, what would happen is 20 years later, if one of those, when they're not living together, that other person can remarry, and what would happen is the person who lived with that person 20 years ago says, oh, I was married to that person, and they claim a right to their estate. This would lead to a lot of litigation, more than I can even calculate, clogging up the courts more than they're already clogged up. So I'm not really sure what needed to be studied that is not already well concluded under the law. Although I sympathize with some of the testimony presented to the committee, the issues raised, again, a consultation with any attorney, anyone with a legal background would have been able to advise that person of what their rights were. For that reason, I would ask that you join me, push the green button, and support the committee's recommendation of inexpedient to legislate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
A division has been requested. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is the majority report of inexpedient to legislate. This is going to be a division vote. The chair recognizes Representative Newman for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to oppose the ITL recommendation for Senate Bill 2. If I know property rights are among the most sacred and important rights, and if I know the existing laws that govern the division of property in these cases lack clarity when unmarried relationships end between cohabitants in domestic partnerships, and that this lack of clarity can result in the loss of property should one of the parties take advantage of the other. And if I know passing this law would solve that problem through further study of how the legal clarity that these cases require can be incorporated into existing laws, would I now press the red button to defeat the ITL recommendation so an ought to pass motion can be made? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Rhodes for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that New Hampshire has mechanisms in the law to protect persons choosing not to become married, including statutes regarding any children born from the relationship, and if I know that if a couple is uncomfortable with becoming married, they have the right to keep all of their assets separate, just as a married couple does. And Mr. Speaker, if I know that that a married couple is just as vulnerable to have their account liquidated as a married couple, and this could all be solved with a will, would I now press the green button to support the committee recommendation? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is the majority committee report of inexpedient to legislate. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Slade, your head. I need a thumb, sorry. Thank you.
All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend the state of the vote. 179 voting nay, 143 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which was referred Senate Bill 306 FN, relative to penalties for various motor vehicle violations. Consider the same, report the same with the recommendation. The bill ought to pass. Representative John Bourdainette for the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Burt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Wow, is that loud? Mr. Speaker, in the majority blurb, they spoke of I don't know if they can fix that. They spoke of the person getting 60 days in jail on this really, and I mean really bad accident. You know, the person should have got a lot more. But there was other laws that could have got him more. And the county attorney and the person that caused this accident took a plea deal. So it wasn't the law's fault. It was the plea deal's fault that he only got 60 days. Also, during testimony, Mr. Speaker, the state police spoke, and I asked them about if your cell phone is in the cradle and you use it, can you be fined under this new law? Just by using hands-free. You know, well, I guess it's not hands-free because you're touching it, but he says he doesn't know. Well, that's a red flag for me, Mr. Speaker. The state police also, Mr. Speaker, said that there are other laws like negligent driving, distracted driving that would get that person that caused this terrible accident more jail time. And that's really what this bill is after, is to make sure that if there's a real bad accident, that you are punished. But we have current laws that would do that. And the other thing that really bothers me, Mr. Speaker, on this bill is why just cell phones? I was coming up through the tolls, coming to the State House. This was several years ago. And Mr. Speaker, there was a woman putting her makeup on. And I'm going, whoa, okay, that's nice. And as I'm driving up the road another time, there's a guy with a full newspaper spread right out. And I'm thinking, well, that's nice. I see it constantly. And Mr. Speaker, I asked one of the officers, who's going to enforce this? Because bottom line, when I drive down the road, I see a lot of people on their cell phones, holding them right there. And they shouldn't. I'll be honest, I don't know how they do it because I would head right in the ditch. But people must learn how to do it, and they do it all the time. And when I'm in Manchester a lot, and also in Goffstown, I've never seen a Goffstown police do it, but I've seen plenty of Manchester police texting while they're driving or looking at their cell phones or their computers. In the Hillsborough County Sheriffs, I see it all the time. And I'm going, well, okay, so who's going to enforce this if they're doing it? Mr. Speaker, it's just, they should have included everything if they were going to do this. And I'd probably still be against it. But bottom line, it's not a good bill. And then it's against Article 18 in the Constitution. The HRA, the New Hampshire Liberty Alliance, they're opposed to this. And I just look at it, Mr. Speaker. They're only picking on cell phones, and the person that caused this accident could have got a lot more jail time. They pled a deal, and that's why he only got 60 days. So hopefully you'll vote with me. And Mr. Speaker, ever since I'm way in the back, I don't know if you would hear me, but I would like a roll call on this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does the member yield to questions?
Yes.
Member yields, you may inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for taking my question. Is the mic off? I can't hear you. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? All right. So my question is, am I reading this right on the gold standard that it says that this could increase this to a Class A felony up to 15-year jail term? for using a cell phone. Is this correct?
Yes.
Follow-up?
Member yield to further questions?
Yes.
Isn't it so that negligent or even reckless vehicular homicide is only a Class B felony? So if you're driving recklessly and you kill someone without a cell phone, that's only a Class B felony, but just driving with a cell phone could raise it to a Class A felony if you don't cause an accident?
Correct, and that's why this bill is not, it wasn't thought out. They were just after that one person to punish that one person, which has already spent 60 days in jail, so there's no punishing him. And I mean, I feel really bad for that lady that spoke in front of us. I mean, it was a horrific accident, and, just thank God she's still alive, because that's the only reason she is.
Okay, one further follow-up?
Does the member yield to further question?
Was it your committee when the New Hampshire Civil Liberties Union came in and they said something that was important? They said, bad cases make for bad law. In other words, taking one specific case where the law was misapplied in one particular narrow circumstance, that we tend to pass, the legislatures around the country tend to pass bad laws based on a single case where the court system didn't operate properly. Was that your committee? Was that the Criminal Justice Committee where they've said that?
Yes, and that's what this bill is. We're going to have a bad law here that isn't needed.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Roy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This law is not based on one case. We just heard that the good representative sees people on their cell phone all the time. This law does not make a felon out of you for using a cell phone. This law is very specific. If you drink and drive and cause an accident, or cause an accident, and it is revealed in the investigation that you did it because you were using your cell phone, then the enhanced penalty would apply. Because one woman was brave enough to come in and testify does not mean that this is about one person. The woman who came in and testified has had 7 or 8 surgeries. Her entire life has been changed. She lost her career, and she had a son with Down syndrome who she didn't know who she'd be able to take care of, because somebody thought it was more important to send a text than pay attention to the road. Again, very clear, this is not enhancing the use of cell phone crimes. This is enhancing the use of cell phone while you get in an accident or your OUI, already serious offenses. And it's also not a mandatory. It just gives the court the option to sentence you at a higher rate. And frankly, if you can't put your cell phone aside and you cause someone to almost die or die, I think we would agree that you deserve a higher rate of sentencing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Byrd has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is the committee report on Senate Bill 306 about to pass. This is a roll call vote. The chair recognizes Representative Burt for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the person could have got more jail time, but they took a plea, And Mr. Speaker, if I also know that the state police that testified is not sure that if you use your hands free, if that constitutes a crime. And Mr. Speaker, if I know there is plenty of other distracted driving that is not included in this, would I now press the red button so another motion may be made? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Abbots for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that Senate Bill 306 gives the prosecutor the discretion to seek an enhanced penalty when there's egregious circumstances with a current penalty under the law does not fit the crime, and Mr. Speaker, if I know that the scope of Senate Bill 306 only would apply to mobile electronic devices that are not permanently affixed to the vehicle, would I go ahead and push the green button and support the committee's recommendation of ought to pass? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is the auto pass motion on Senate Bill 306. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Eaton.
All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend the state of the vote. 201 voting yea, 132 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which was referred Senate Bill 401 FN, an act making appropriations to the Department of Transportation for local highway aid and to body worn and dashboard camera fund, permitting the Department of Transportation to operate dash cameras in fleet vehicles. Considered the same, report the same with the recommendation the bill ought to pass. Senator Terry Roy for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved as inexpedient to legislate. So John Burt from the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Burt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when this is an omnibus bill, which most of us are against because they packed a bunch of stuff in here. There is some good stuff that I'm not opposed to, but the main thing that I'm opposed to is our privacy. Mr. Speaker, I asked questions to the DOT gentleman that testified in front of us. And in the bill, it says that they have to delete, this is about dash cams, so DOT is gonna get dash cams. And even though the HRA is against it, there's part of me that says, you know what, dash cams probably a good idea, because there's accidents and, that they need, this tape if there was an accident. But where the problem is, because the way I read the bill, the DOT has to delete the tape in 3 days. So I asked, well, that 3 days, can another government agency come in and grab that tape? And he said yes. And I went, whoa, we can't do that. That's not right. And then he said, we could even take the tape and use it for training or commercials or anything we want. So that's why in my blurb, Mr. Speaker, and I thank leadership for printing it, is because on November 6, 2018, 409,325 people in New Hampshire, or 81%, passed CACR 16. And let me tell you what it said. CACR 16. A yes vote supported this amendment to provide that individuals have a right to live free from government intrusion in private or personal information. Well, me driving down the road, getting caught on the camera of a DOT truck, like I said, if they deleted the tape and nobody else could get it, just like at the tolls when you go through there, they delete them within, a short amount of time. I could support that. But when another government agency can come in and grab that tape and use it for whatever they want, I'm against that, because it is against the constitutional amendment that both sides voted overwhelmingly for. Also, Mr. Speaker, the HRA is against this, and they quoted, let me quote it for you, or I'm going to quote them. The bill is also permitting the Department of Transportation to operate dash cams in the fleet vehicles. Constitution Part 1, Article 2, dash B, right of privacy. So it's even in, the Constitution which we passed. So, Mr. Speaker, I hope people will see that and not see some of the good in there and say, you know what, we have to kill the bill because that's the only right thing to do. Because, Mr. Speaker, lastly, New Hampshire voters were very clear on November 6, 2018, when we did pass CACR 16. They do not want government surveilling us. They do believe in privacy, and we voted for that. Over 80% of New Hampshire people want this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Remember, yield to questions? Yes or no?
Yes.
Member yields.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for taking my question. I'm reading this, the different blurbs on this. I understand the body-worn cameras by the police department are needed because of what's been going on all across the country in the last couple of years. But I don't see any reason, nor do I understand what it is. Why does the Department of Transportation need dash cams? We've been doing quite well without them, as I understand it. Is there some big reason out there that we all of a sudden have to put dash cams on Department of Transportation vehicles?
They showed us pictures of, it's only once or twice a year of accidents that when cars fly down the highway and they smack into a DOT truck. Luckily, nobody's been hurt seriously. So they just want that video of the accident. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the committee's recommendation of ought to pass for Senate Bill 401. In respect to the right to privacy, which we all enjoy, has traditionally always applied when the person or the individual has a expectation of privacy. I don't need to give examples of when people really have that expectation. With the DOT vehicles that we're talking about, they are vehicles that are driving on the highway, which is a public way that's freely open to the public. And therefore, I'm not sure what, if any, expectation of privacy a person would have while operating a vehicle in public. That's my humble opinion. Police officers have dashboard cameras, and they're now starting to use body cameras as well. Senate Bill 401 will increase the grant money that we actually passed. It was part of HB2 already. So the local communities could actually apply for those and receive some funding towards facilitating that program at the local level. But again, it's about privacy. Again, we're talking about something in public. Now, I understand one of the parliamentary rules is we're not supposed to debate witnesses who testify before the committee. So when a witness makes a statement that I strongly disagree with, such as I can just get a copy of this video for any reason I want and give it to whoever I want, it would be inappropriate to debate that person. But if you read the bill, and it's on the lines 23 to 24, and it's only one page long, so I know it was presented as a long bill, it's one page. Now, I'll just read it. The stored recording may only be used by the requesting party for a lawful purpose, including as evidence in a judicial or administrative proceeding. If for some reason a government actor, for whatever reason, were to decide that they wanted to get a copy of a dashboard camera video from the DOT that, for whatever reason, just showed a vehicle driving by, and they then attempted to use that to, well, unless they demonstrate a lawful purpose, they have no use for it, and it was a complete waste of their time and the government's time. So again, it's only can be obtained by a lawful purpose. There's a 3-day period in order for a right to know request to be submitted by the public. If it's not retained, if there's no retention period, the problem is it's nothing more than a live video feed. So there has to be some type of retention period in order to actually make the request. With that being said, I'll get to the positive sides of this. There will be one of the parts of this bill that it would offer $36 million to local communities who have for bridge and repair projects, infrastructure projects, and it's going to be done based on the priority of need by those municipalities. So anyone who has in their town, their district, who has a bridge that is the structural integrity is in jeopardy, like my district in Salem. Hint, hint to my colleagues from Salem. This will provide financial relief for that community. So please join me, push the green button. Let's support our local communities and push the green button, support the committee's recommendation ought to pass. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is the Majority Committee report of ought to pass on Senate Bill 401. Are you ready for the question? Roll call. I was waiting for that. Is that sufficiently second? A roll call has been requested. It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. The motion before us is the Majority Committee report of ought to pass on Senate Bill 401. The roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Burt for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know on November 6, 2018, over 400,000 people voted and passed CACR 16, which would allow privacy against the government. And Mr. Speaker, if I also know that in public, the public can take pictures, videos, and everything else they want in public, because the Supreme Court is very clear on that with the First Amendment. But if I also know, Mr. Speaker, that the government does not join that group of the public, so they don't have a right to spy without a warrant. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, if I know the New Hampshire voters were very clear on November 6, 2018, with the passage of CACR 16, they do not want government intrusion in their private or personal information, as the new RSA 236:130 subparagraph G would cause if Senate Bill 401 was passed into law. Would I now, Mr. Speaker, press that red button and join me so another motion may be made? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Roy for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill is about dash cameras, and if I further know that a dash camera will pick up your license plate and maybe the make of car, and if I know that you have no expectation of privacy in your license plate or the bumper of your car, and if I lastly know that the benefit of this bill is $66 million going to fix roads and going to fix bridges, and the dash cam hang-up is the small part of the bill, would I then press the green button and agree with the bipartisan Criminal Justice Committee recommendation to pass this bill? Thank you.
The motion before us is the Majority Committee report of order passed on Senate Bill 401. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend the state of the vote. 241 voting yea, 93 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. Senate Bill 401 is referred to the Committee on Finance. Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which was referred Senate Bill 456 FNA, an act establishing a law enforcement conduct review committee and police standards and training council, making an appropriation therefore. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill be referred for interim study. Senator David Walsh for the committee. For what reason did the member rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to make a motion to table Senate Bill 456.
The motion is in order. The motion before us is to table Senate Bill 456 FN. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 456 is laid on the table. Majority of the Committee on Education, to which was referred Senate Bill 381 FNA, Act establishing an Office of Advocate for the Special Education, having considered the same, report the same with a recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Glenn Cordelli for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report the recommendation that the bill be referred for interim study. The motion before us is the Majority Committee report of ought to pass on Senate Bill 381. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. And the committee report is adopted, and the bill is referred to the Committee on Finance. Committee on Education, to which was referred Senate Bill 420 FNA Local, Act establishing an extraordinarily need grant for schools. Having considered the same, report the same with the following recommendation, that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Rick Ladd for the committee. The amendment is 1384H, printed in House Record 15, page 38. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is, the amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass with amendment on Senate Bill 420 FNA Local. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor? Representative Prout has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. The motion before us is the motion of ought to pass with amendment on Senate Bill 420 FNA Local. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Abel. No. Representative Foster, Representative Ford, and Representative Aldrich. Representative Ford. Yes, I need yours. Come up or come down. Representative Ford, yes or no, please? Thank you. Representative Love.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to state of the vote. 261 voting yea, 71 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. For what reason does it? And is referred to finance.
I rise to make a motion.
State your motion.
I wish to take the New Hampshire Climate Action Plan, HB 172, off the table.
What was the number again? What was the number?
HB 172, the New Hampshire Climate Action Plan.
Is that a Senate bill or House bill? House bill. I know somebody. No. The House will be in order. We had a request for a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. State your question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this takes a majority just to take it off the table, but does it take 2/3 to pass it?
Yes.
Thank you.
This will be a roll call vote. Members, be in your seats. The motion before us is to take House Bill 172. The House will be in order. 172 off the table. Chair recognizes Representative Oxenham for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that in this month, when we are facing a global environmental crisis and an energy crisis, that no STE bills will be heard this entire month in this House. And if I know that the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change just issued a call for urgent, immediate action by political leaders at all levels across the globe. And if I know that it is unconscionable that this House has not even been permitted to debate a plan to study and create a New Hampshire climate action plan, would I vote to take HB 172 off the table by pushing the green button? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Vos for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that while the climate of our planet is certainly changing, it is not changing in catastrophic ways. And if, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, if I also know that the legislation creating a climate action plan was much too broad and would cost our state immense amounts of money, but I now press the red button so that we don't remove this from the table.
The motion before us is to remove House Bill 172 from the table. It's a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you oppose, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 152 voting yea, 181 voting nay. 172 stays on the table. For what reason does a member rise?
To make a motion?
State your motion.
I'd like to take House Bill 1506, the Clean Energy Accelerator, off the table.
House will be in order. What was it? What was the number again?
1506.
1506. The question before us is to remove House Bill 1506 from the table.
And Mr. Speaker, I request a roll call.
Roll call has been requested. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded.
Thank you.
Members will take their seats.
Representative McWilliams, so you're recognized.
The motion before us is to remove House Bill 1506 from the table. This is a roll call vote. The chair recognizes Representative McWilliams for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, which is a multinational, international body, has issued 3 reports this year regarding the status of the world's climate and the circumstances that we are in require immediate action by elected officials across the globe. And if I know that this call to action can be met by House Bill 1506, and Mr. Speaker, if I further know that this bill is an energy accelerator to investigate and research all kinds of energy, including hydrogen, wind, solar, battery, it's completely agnostic, but the goal is to bring us into a new climate future. And if I further know that this is an opportunity for New Hampshire to put our toe in the sand and say, this is the line, this is where we stand, would I then vote green to take this bill off the table and support energy action here in New Hampshire? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes House will be in order. Chair recognizes Representative Vos for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that climate change is a national and international problem, and if I further know that New Hampshire is not going to solve that problem on its own, would I vote red to leave this bill on the table? Thank you.
Motion before us is to remove House Bill 1506 from the table. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to state of the vote. 147 voting yea, 184 voting nay. House Bill 1506 stays on the table. The House will be in order. Majority Committee on Election Law, to which was referred Senate Bill 242, Act relative to the disqualification of certain persons from performing the duties of an election official. Considered the same, report the same with the following amendment, and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Peter Terosian for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, will report with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Paul Bergeron for the minority of the committee. The amendment is 1353H, printed in House Record 15, page 29. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Representative Bergeron to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to the ought to pass with amendment recommendation on Senate Bill 242. Current statutes already prohibit all election officials who are candidates for another office from handling marked ballots and counting votes. In addition, any election official other than the moderator who is a candidate for another office is not allowed to remain within the guardrail during the counting of votes for an office for which he is a candidate. This bill, as amended, would now prohibit the moderator, if he is a candidate for another office, from remaining in the area designated for the counting of votes. The problem is that this bill is in conflict with the Constitution, Part 2, Article 32, which directs, quote, that elections shall be governed by a moderator who shall, in the presence of the selectmen, receive the votes of the inhabitants of such towns and wards, end quote. And our towns and cities choose who they want to be their moderators for their elections. Existing statutes require that the moderator assist in processing absentee ballots, oversee the counting of write-ins, rule on challenges of a person's right to vote, and sign the closing paperwork and ballot box seals. By banning the moderator from the area designated for the counting of votes, the bill essentially bans the moderator from the polling place and prevents him from fulfilling the responsibilities he's required to fulfill under the state constitution. Moderators with years of service and training are critical toward ensuring that our polling sites are efficiently run, that elections run smoothly, that paperwork is processed properly, that ballot boxes are sealed correctly, and that the polling place is closed up efficiently and securely. We should be trying to keep this experience in place for state and presidential elections, not passing a law that will require some of our towns and wards to find substitutes to fill these roles every other year. Existing law, which prohibits election officials who appear on a ballot from handling and counting marked ballots, sufficiently protects the integrity of elections while allowing moderators to fulfill the responsibilities they were elected to perform and are required to perform by the New Hampshire Constitution. Please press the red no button in opposition to the majority report of ought to pass as amended so that another motion may be made. And Mr. Speaker, I would request a division vote.
Chair recognizes Representative Terosian. This is going to be a division vote. Members, take your seats. We're on the last speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak in favor of the ought to pass motion for Senate Bill 242, relative to the disqualification of certain persons from performing the duties of an election official. This bill, as amended, makes a change to election officials' duties at the polling place when that person is a candidate on the ballot. This legislation would provide that an election official who is on the ballot shall not be allowed to remain in the area designated for the counting of votes within the guardrail during the actual counting of votes for an office that he or she is a candidate. It doesn't prevent them from overseeing the election and delegating to others. Additionally, this bill specifically provides that an elected official, or an elected official rather, who cannot go in the area where the votes are being tabulated may be assigned other duties by the moderator. The issue is one that comes before the Election Law Committee nearly every session because of the perceived advantage to a candidate who can be inside the polling place all day long when his or her competitors cannot. I believe that this bill strikes a balance, that's the right balance to solve this problem once and for all. This is a change that is a step in the right direction towards leveling the playing field for candidates while still allowing the election official to be able to perform, delegate, or appoint a sworn assistant to complete their tasks and fulfill their constitutional duties. In closing, this bill as amended provides that an election official who is on the ballot shall not remain in the area designated for counting votes to ensure an equal playing field for all candidates. Part 1, Article 11 of the New Hampshire Constitution states, "Every inhabitant of the state having proper qualifications has equal right to be elected into office." So please press the green button and vote yes and support the ought-to-pass motion for Senate Bill 242. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
This is a division vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is a majority report of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 242. This is a division vote. The chair recognizes Representative Hamblett for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the New Hampshire Constitution requires the moderator to govern the entire election, including the counting of votes, and if I know that our existing laws prohibit a moderator who is on the ballot for another office from handling marked ballots, and if I know that current laws are sufficient to govern a fair election while avoiding the appearance of conflict, would I then press the red button to defeat this motion? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Barbara Griffin for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this bill as amended addresses a repeating issue that comes before the Election Law Committee, and if I know that as amended, the restriction on an elected official's duties who is in the ballot is only in regards to the tabulation of votes, not handling. And if I further know that that elected official has the authority, specifically in this statute and others, to appoint someone to act in their stead to ensure that duties are carried out, would I now press the green button to support the recommendation of the Election Law Committee? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is the majority report of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 242. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Did he pass his declaration of intent? Representative Harb, I need I guess, or no on this. That was a different form. That was a different bill.
All set. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 176 voting yea, 151 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Members, stay in your seats. The next bill is a division vote with just PIs. Majority of the Committee on Election Law, to which was referred, Senate Bill 365, an act relative to absentee ballot outer envelopes. Consider the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Wayne McDonald from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Senator Paul Bergeron from the minority of the committee. This is a division vote. The chair recognizes Representative Bergeron for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this bill would authorize a town or city clerk to attach a voter's absentee ballot request form and any other required affidavits to the absentee ballot affidavit envelope instead of the outer return envelope, and if I know that by doing so, a lot of time will be saved at the polls on Election Day because election officials will not have to spend time tearing off the absentee ballot request form from the outer envelope, slitting open the outer envelopes, and then pairing the form with the affidavit envelope. And if I know that the chair of the Senate Election Law Municipal Affairs Committee noted that as long as the ballot stays in the sealed affidavit envelope, there is no reason for the outer envelope, would I then press the red no button in opposition to the majority report of inexpedient to legislate so that another motion may be made?
Chair recognizes Representative McDonald for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the state of New Hampshire has encountered legal challenges as a result of those persons with print disabilities being easily able to vote, and a possibility exists with this bill that the accompanying affidavit required from the person who assisted them with their ballot could get misplaced during pre-processing, thus creating further legal issues for the state. And Mr. Speaker, if I know any absentee ballot envelopes opened prior to Election Day pose potential security concerns, and Mr. Speaker, if I know that depending on when absentee ballots might be returned, all voters would not have an equal opportunity to cure the defects of their ballots during pre-processing. Mr. Speaker, if I know all of these things, will I then press the green button and vote this bill inexpedient to legislate? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is a majority committee report of inexpedient to legislate on Senate Bill 2365. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. Also attend the state of the vote. 184 voting yea, 146 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. Majority Committee on Election Law, to which was referred, Senate Bill 418 FN, Act relative to verification of voter affidavits. Consider the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Ross Berry for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Connie Lane from the minority of the committee. The amendment is 1487H, printed in House Record 15, page 37. The question before you is on the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Committee amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Representative Lane to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill, in the name of election integrity, establishes affidavit balloting, also known as provisional or challenge ballots. Despite any evidence of any abuse of our existing system under current laws. The bill removes the ability of a voter without photo identification to sign an affidavit at the voting place swearing to the voter's address and identity, and replaces it with a provisional ballot that is set aside and only counted if the race is close and after going through an ill-defined confirmation process, which is both expensive and complicated. In addition to being a thinly veiled voter suppression effort, the bill is riddled with serious flaws, including a question as to whether it violates the New Hampshire Constitution, Part 2, Article 32, by adding or subtracting votes after the tally is made by the moderator on election night. A second major flaw is that provisional ballots are not secret. They are assigned a number linking them to the voter. The moderator and other voting officials will be able to see the provisional ballot linked to a voter. Furthermore, this bill directly conflicts with New Hampshire RSA 656-16, which provides that there shall be no impression or mark to distinguish one general election ballot from another. Under this bill, the affidavit is marked by the moderator. Next, the bill endangers New Hampshire's exemption from the National Voter Registration Act, the loss of which would require an overhaul of our entire voting system with an estimated cost of $6.5 million. In cities and towns with many new voters, the impact of this bill on the voting system will be severe, requiring additional staff and training for election workers. On top of all of this, despite the amended timeframes in the bill, it will be exceedingly difficult, if not impossible, for the Secretary of State to comply with the Uniformed and Overseas Citizens Absentee Voting Act, which requires that ballots go out to our service members and their families 45 days prior to the election. Finally, one of the reasons that we have been able to retain the first in the nation primary status is because of same-day registration and the lack of provisional ballots. This bill will further endanger our retention of the first in the nation status. In a close race, it will take at least a week to determine a winner. Because of these 7 serious flaws in SB 418, the minority opposes the motion of ought to pass as amended. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Terosian.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today again to speak in favor of the majority motion of auto pass for Senate Bill 418. This is an act relative to verification of voter affidavits, or verification of voter affidavits. Today, under current law, anybody can come to New Hampshire, go into a polling place on election day, fill out a same-day registration form, put down a local address. Without any ID, they can vote as long as they fill out an affidavit form. As you know, in New Hampshire, we don't currently require an individual to present any form of identification if you fill out the affidavit form. You can then leave the polling place, or the state for that matter, and by the time anybody might question whether or not the affidavit was valid, the election process would be over, the vote count complete, and any legitimate vote would not be changed. Now, some will say that it is a burden to have to show an ID to vote. Mr. Speaker, this is 2022. You need an ID to register your car, register your dog, take money out of the bank, buy a house, rent a house, buy alcohol, cigarettes, fly on an airplane, pick up your kids at daycare, and on and on. Mr. Speaker, would you believe that a bank would not loan you money to buy a car without checking your valid ID, not even for a Tesla? And even if you sign an affidavit, they still want to see the ID. This legislation before us, as amended, is a solution to an overwhelming request from New Hampshire citizens to ensure that all people voting in New Hampshire are doing so as legal voters in their city or town. When I travel out of the area to other states and mention that I'm from New Hampshire, oftentimes I hear people say, "Oh, I've heard of New Hampshire. That's a place you can show up, vote, and leave." Well, under this proposed legislation, same-day registrants that come to the polls without a valid photo ID will be required to vote by affidavit ballot. Senate Bill 418, as amended, would require for all elections, if a voter on election day is registering to vote for the first time, does not have a valid photo identification establishing such voter's identity, or does not meet the identity requirement of RSA 659:13, then such voter shall vote by affidavit ballot. This new provision requires the affidavit of said voter to be returned with missing voter qualification documents within 7 days to the Secretary of State, either in person or by mail. If the voter fails to comply and does not prove their identity within the 7-day window, then the Secretary of State will instruct the moderator of the affected town or district to count any of these unqualified ballots using the same method used for hand counting ballots on election day. The votes cast on such unqualified affidavit ballots shall be deducted from the total for each affected candidate. This legislation, contrary to some rumors circulating out there, will not affect any UCAVA ballots or military cast ballots in any way. As a United States Coast Guard veteran, I would never support any legislation that would restrict voting of our military. And in fact, without them, we may not even have the right to vote. The majority finds this to be a fair and reasonable solution to voter integrity issues and the best way to restore voter confidence to our citizens. Confidence in the election process is at an all-time low, which does hurt and somewhat suppresses the turnout throughout the state. The stronger voter confidence, the more likely you are to come out and vote, which in turn increases voter turnout as the confidence is regained. Please press the green button and vote yes for restoring voter confidence to New Hampshire residents, closing the no ID loophole. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Muirhead speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. SB 418 is an expensive and complicated solution to a problem that doesn't exist. The New Hampshire Secretary of State says that elections in New Hampshire are free, fair, trustworthy, that they're not marred by fraud, and that they have all the integrity that we could ever hope elections to possess. Here in New Hampshire, Governor Sununu said, our elections are secure, accurate, and reliable. There is, Governor Sununu said, no question about it. The right thing to do is to follow the example of Governor Sununu and our Secretary of State and tell voters the truth. Instead of this bill from the other body indulges misinformation about the integrity of our elections. Political scientists have shown that the problem with elections in the United States is not that citizens vote more than once, but that many citizens encounter too many obstacles to exercising their right to vote at all. The problem, empirically, is not fraudulent turnout, but low turnout. And that's why legislators in the Republican Party and in the Democratic Party for 35 years, following the Voting Rights Act of 1965, tried to address low turnout by removing impediments to accessing the ballot. It was only after the almost tied election of 2000 that some cynical strategists came to the belief that the best way to win elections was not by persuading voters, but by discouraging voters. And this has led us away from the turnout question to endlessly chasing the ghost of election fraud. SB 418 does not solve any existing problems, but it does create it would create real new problems. Here's just one. It creates two classes of voters. When somebody, if this bill were to pass, when somebody registers to vote more than 30 days prior to an election, they prove their citizenship by signing the voter registration form, which contains an affidavit in which they attest to being citizens of the United States. That's how they prove their citizenship. But somebody who registers to vote on voting day, were this bill to pass, would have to offer a passport or a birth certificate to prove their citizenship. So we're creating two classes of voters. One that prove their citizenship by signing an affidavit, and another that have to prove it by producing a passport that costs more than $100 to procure that many citizens don't possess, or by producing a birth certificate that many people don't have ready access to. Many people don't have ready access to their original embossed and stamped birth certificate, and many do not carry it with them when they go to vote. So we have two classes of voters with different burdens for proving their citizenship. That is wrong, and it will, I predict, be declared unconstitutional. Citizens should have the same requirements to prove their eligibility to vote, no matter when they register to vote. SB 418 violates that. For this reason, as well as the broad effect of SB 418 on ballot access, I urge this body to vote against this bill. Thank you.
Does a member yield to a question? No, member does not yield. We're on to the final speaker. A division has been requested. Members will take their seats. Chair recognizes Representative Berry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be brief. So I always like to start off the election law speeches with reminding the body just what is required to vote in the state of New Hampshire. It's nothing. It's nothing. You have to produce nothing. You sign an affidavit. It's a piece of paper. It means nothing. Opponents of this say the affidavit has merit. $5,000 penalty. You can go to jail. That's awesome. Track that person down when they've given you a fake name and a fake address and take them to jail. It's a laughable system. What we did, Mr. Speaker, with the amendment that this body passed is we scoped this bill down to address people that are showing up to the polling location on election day who are not registered to vote and are registering to vote with nothing. They are presenting nothing to show who they are, who they say they are. Mr. Speaker, I have never claimed that there's massive voter fraud in the state of New Hampshire. I've never made that claim. I have said from the beginning, in fact, the first speech I ever gave to this body, was that New Hampshire has a serious problem with lack of faith in the elections. I cited a St. Anselm's poll at the time that showed that only 63% of Granite Staters were extremely confident in the outcome of an election. So while the minority party speaks of turnout, let me be very clear. New Hampshire Republicans are not afraid of high voter turnout. We just won an election with the highest turnout ever. We're not afraid of it. What we want to know is that people who are going to the polls are who they say they are. This is a compromise off of the original bill. Mr. Speaker, I'll end with this. If we have concerns about turnout, those turnouts, in my opinion, are low because of a lack of a faith in elections, because we have a process that while we can have a debate to the extent it's being abused, because there's no debate that it's being abused because we've prosecuted it, but Mr. Speaker, people who don't have faith in the elections don't vote. If you want to increase voter turnout, which Republicans do, give the people a system that they can have faith in, and that's what this does. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does a member yield to questions? Member does not yield. Roll call has been requested. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. Members will take their seats. This is a roll call vote. House will come to order. The motion before us, the majority report of order passes and amended on Senate Bill 418. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Lane for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this bill attempts to discourage voting by establishing provisional balloting, which identifies a voter's ballot, sets it aside to be counted only if needed, and if a complicated process is followed by the voter, and that it will delay a final tally for 7 to 10 days if utilized. If I know there are significant questions as to whether the bill violates New Hampshire Constitution Article 32 and RSA 656-16, and if I know that this bill makes it exceedingly difficult for the Secretary of State to comply with the Uniformed and Overseas Citizens Absentee Voting Act, thereby endangering the ability of our service members and their families to vote, then I would press the red button to defeat this motion so that another motion may be brought forward. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Barbara Griffin for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this bill, as amended, continues to allow all persons who come to a polling place on Election Day to cast a ballot, and if, Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill does not address citizenship, but addresses the issue of positive identification, a requirement in voting which has been upheld as legal across the country, and if I know that it provides for meaningful verification of that ID within 7 days of the election, and that in 2020, there were 733 persons who voted in this state with no identification, and that follow-up action by the Secretary of State resulted in 260 of those being unable to be verified or located in the state. And finally, Mr. Speaker, if I know that this would have no adverse effect on UCAVA voters, as the time period originally proposed in this bill has been decreased to 7 days, and the Secretary of State's office has indicated that is adequate time to deal with the issuance of those ballots, would I now press the green button to support the recommendation of the committee? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is a majority report of order pass as amended on Senate Bill 418. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend the state of the vote. 180 voting yea, 154 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. Bill is referred to the Committee on Finance. Everybody will stay in their seats. We got two quick bills, and then we're going to take the lunch break. Majority of the Committee on Election Law, to which was referred, Senate Bill 425 FN, Act relative to the establishment of an election informational portal. Consider the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Ross Berry from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with a recommendation the bill ought to pass. Representative Paul Bergeron from the minority of the committee. The question before us is the majority committee report of inexpedient to legislate on Senate Bill 425 FN. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. Members, be in your seats. This next bill is a division with just PIs. The majority of the Committee on Election Law, to which was referred, Senate Bill 427 FN, an act modifying the absentee voter registration process, absentee ballot application, and absentee ballot voting process. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it's inexpedient to legislate. Representative Wayne McDonald from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Senator Connie Lane from the minority of the committee. This is a division vote. The chair recognizes Representative Lane for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that being sick or having a medical condition can be actual reasons why a voter cannot get to a polling place, if I know that the Secretary of State and the Attorney General recognized this fact during the 2020 elections and expanded the definition of disability to include illness and medical conditions as legitimate reasons for requesting an absentee ballot. And if I know that this bill, if passed, will allow more people to vote, then would I press the red button to vote against the motion for ITL so that a new motion can be brought forward? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative McDonald for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill adds circumstances as a basis under which someone can vote absentee, which are vague, undefined, and open-ended, and Mr. Speaker, if I know that the greater the volume of absentee ballots, the greater the risk there is of error and inaccuracy in the final vote count, as was seen in a number of communities during the 2020 election, and Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill exceeds the constitutional allowance for absentee voting and the current reasons to allow for absentee voting are sufficient, if I know all of this, Mr. Speaker, then would I then press the green button and vote this bill inexpedient to legislate? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is the majority committee report of inexpedient to legislate on Senate Bill 427. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. Also attend the state of the vote. 183 voting yea, 151 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Representative Hill has a lunchtime announcement.
Good morning or good afternoon. Could I ask the committee members of legislative administration to meet under the clock for 2 minutes? Thank you.
We will reconvene at 1 o'clock.
No, please do.
Members, take your seats. Members, take their seats. We're going to get going. Chair recognizes Representative Rhodes for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
State your motion.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to make a motion for the gentlemen to be able to take off their coats and for people to be able to take off their masks. Gentlemen to be able to take off their jackets and people to be able to take off their masks.
Oh. Without objection. Committee on Environment and Agriculture, to which was referred Senate Bill 267 FNA, an act establishing the Upland Invasive Species Program, Program Fund, Program Coordinator in the Department of Agriculture, Markets, and Food. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment. Recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Peter Bixby for the committee. The amendment is 1441H, printed in House Record 15, page 29. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The amendment passes. The question before you now is the committee amendment of ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. And Senate Bill 267 is referred to the Committee on Finance. Majority of the Committee on Executive Departments and Administration. The House will be in order. Majority of the Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, to which was referred Senate Bill 438 FN Local, an act establishing state procurement policies intended to promote the use of American materials. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment. Recommendation, the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative J.C. Grody for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Matthew Sanatasto for the minority of the committee. The amendment is 1422H, printed in House Record 15, page 49. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Representative Sanatasto to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker,
This bill represents the economic ignorance in our society today. Economists from different schools of thought debate constantly on a lot of topics. However, they don't debate on protectionism. They agree that protectionism is harmful and that its costs outweigh the benefits and that it impedes economic growth. This protectionist bill will force taxpayers to subsidize local businesses. It will increase the cost of government. One rationale for protectionism is to level the playing field. This idea suggests that because other countries subsidize their industry, we must do something to make it equal. This pinpoints one tiny, tiny area of unfairness and ignores that the world is infinitely complex. There are so many inputs into the production of a good like steel. We would need to check if any of the inputs for U.S. steel have any other fair advantages in the trucking or the trade schools for the laborers or environmental compliance rules or safety compliance or countless other areas. There's always advantages and disadvantages to do one thing in one place or another. Where does it end? If somebody tried to grow bananas in New Hampshire, should we also subsidize them due to the unfairness with regions that have climates more suitable for this? We should allow the market to find areas of strength on our side. This is known as comparative advantage. Investopedia.com defines comparative advantage as an economy's ability to produce a particular good or service at a lower opportunity cost than its trading partners. Comparative advantage is used to explain why companies, countries, or individuals can benefit from trade. Additionally, other countries' economic interventions does not actually give them an advantage. In the case of Canada, it supplies power and health care to its industry. It's not cheaper for Canada to levy a tax on its citizens to cover electrical power than for a private company to directly pay for the power. These costs don't magically go away because the government is covering them. However, if it is that Canada or anyone else is subsidizing their exports or otherwise underpricing their goods, we should actually be happy to take advantage of the situation. We should allow Canada to subsidize our public work projects and thank them for the favor. Another concern is we need to stop the money from floating out of the United States. This type of thinking is a confusion between money and wealth. It is important to understand that money is a unit of account and not wealth. All things being equal, the amount of money flowing around the United States doesn't affect the economy per se. It would only affect the price of things nominally. Besides, the United States is experiencing 8.5% inflation, so it might be good to export some more cash in that regard. The principle of the seen and the unseen. Government policy only focuses on the seen while ignoring the unseen. In this case, we want to protect the jobs of steel workers. It's true, this legislation will benefit that special interest and they will maintain workers. This is the seen. One unseen consequence of this is the now higher labor costs will cause other businesses to fail. However, no one will be able to connect the dots and prove that this struggle is in part affected by this legislation. This kind of thing causes countless unseen ripples throughout the economy. The labor market today is weak anyways, so protecting jobs is not a concern. Since protectionism has been known by academics for centuries to be destructive, then why does it continuously become law? It's for the same reason that only people who are for the bill showed up to testimony. The principle of concentrated benefits and diffused costs provides that the individual cost to each taxpayer is so low that it's not worth the effort to fight the new law, but the benefit is so high for the steel producers that it is worth the effort to fight for the law. Imagine a bill that transfers $1 million to a single individual per year. He has a good incentive to fight for this. And let's say it will cost 100 million people 1 penny per year. These people have no incentive to fight against the law. This principle applies here. Protectionist policies don't protect the industry it intends to and hurts our national defense. The Jones Act that requires U.S. flagged ships to transport goods between U.S. ports caused between 2000 and 2016, the fleet of private sector Jones Act ships fell from 193 to 91. These U.S. flagged ships are completely uncompetitive in international shipping. This shipping protectionism is a root cause for poverty in Puerto Rico. It's cheaper for the island to import goods internationally than to comply with the Jones Act and import from the United States. Our nation is completely reliant on international shipping to function, weakening our national defense. Besides, national defense and homeland security combined consume only 3% of American steel. 18% of the imported steel come from Canada. How would a Canadian-made steel be a problem for American security? Much of the remaining imports, especially in the case of steel, originate from American allies. 70% of the steel used in the U.S. is produced domestically. Our national security is not threatened by imported steel. Please vote with me against the committee report to avoid putting this economic ignorance into law. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does the member yield to questions?
Yes.
Member yields, Representative Parrington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. I want to ask if you would agree that if we pass protectionist legislation like this, it only encourages the protected industry to be less competitive, to stop seeking out new and innovative ways to make their product better and cheaper because they don't have to.
Yes, that's exactly correct. Without international pressure to force companies to innovate and to produce goods at better quality and lower cost, it's gonna be a worse product. I like to think about Brazil in the 1980s. They had massive protectionist rules against the electronics, computers, and software, and because of this, a Brazilian fax machine costs $5,000 to $10,000. And the protocol was proprietary to Brazil, so no other fax machine in the world was even compatible with it. So these kind of protect, and now they don't have any industry really in the microprocessor space because they destroyed it with their protectionism.
Does the member yield to a further question?
I will yield, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. Would you believe that the implication of tariffs and other protective strategies for U.S. industries actually hurt U.S. industries? A case in point, I work for a manufacturing company in Manchester. We import steel and aluminum from primarily from Europe. It's specialty material, and that when the tariffs were passed to protect U.S. steel and aluminum, it caused European
Representative, you were for a question.
That the domestic supply simply increases prices to match those, and really the only outcome is the end consumer has to spend more money to get what they need. Thank you.
Yes, that's correct. The domestic product would be priced to consume the price of the imported product plus tariff.
Chair recognizes Stephen Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, colleagues. I didn't have anything else to wear today. So this bill states that for projects over $1 million, the state will use American-made steel with few exceptions. When Budweiser came to Merrimack, or when Walmart came to Raymond, those specific corporations received tax incentives to come to New Hampshire. This bill is not a subsidy to any specific corporation. All steel fabricators will continue to have to bid for these projects. The state has the right to go with foreign steel if it is in the best interest of the state. That is in the bill. 23 states already have America First programs of one type or another, including Alabama, Indiana, Oklahoma, and Texas. Currently, there is a federal tariff on steel, but the Chinese figured out a way around the tariff. They simply drill a small hole in the metal. Now it is considered processed steel. They drill a hole. It's a literal loophole in the tariff law. This makes it difficult for New Hampshire steel fabricators to compete on a level playing field. The chairman of the State Procurement Commission is a co-sponsor of this bill. I sit on this commission and find that it does not place an undue burden on the state at all. This bill will help level the playing field. I ask for your support for this bipartisan bill to end the unfair advantage on foreign steel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Groen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to this bill, and the reasons I'll give are principled and practical. I'll start out with the principled reasons, and that is that, as has been stated, protectionism does not work in the long run. If this bill is passed, it will affect a very small segment of the U.S. manufacturing segment. And that manufacturing segment does not have the capacity to produce enough steel for our needs in the United States. Could it come to that point? Over a long period of time, yes, but not in the short term. It also impacts a very, very small segment of our New Hampshire businesses. 4, maybe 5 significant fabricators of steel. In my business outside of this legislature, I'm a general contractor. And I'll give you an example of a project that we have going in Rochester right now. This project will use somewhere between $2.5 and $3 million of structural steel. It is not a municipal project, so it would not be impacted by this bill, but I'm using the project as an illustration. If this were a municipal project, and it could very easily be, it's comparable to others, this project would be delayed by a minimum of a year if this bill applied. The bar joists that will be used in that building, which are part of the structural steel, are primarily produced in Canada. The manufacturers here in New Hampshire don't have the capability of producing that. Currently, the backlog on bar joists is 8 months to a year. If we made this American steel, it would be 2 to 3 years. We would simply not be able to produce it. I could go to other aspects of the structural steel in that building. How would this affect our businesses within New Hampshire? If we said that the product had to be purchased using American steel, on the one hand, yes, it would prevent the import of Canadian or Chinese steel or Western European steel. But what it would also do is it dries up the source of steel for these manufacturers, for these fabricators. And we use these fabricators. We try to use them every instance we can, our New Hampshire fabricators. But they would not be able to purchase the steel. This bill says that the steel needs to be produced in the U.S. from melting through finished product, including the coatings, including all the components of it, everything. If the steel has to be produced from iron ore in the United States, and our plants, our steel plants, do not have the capacity, and they do not have the capacity, it will delay municipal projects. And if the answer is, well, we'll just give them a waiver, why are we putting in a bill that we're going to give everybody waivers for, because otherwise the project will be delayed a year? That doesn't quite make sense. On the other side of it, as far as, again, just the principled application, if this is to apply to structural steel, that is, again, a very tiny component of the steel industry, of steel usage in the U.S. If this applies just to structural steel, why not protect steel in dishwashers, microwaves, bed frames, nails, bolts, et cetera, door springs? Why wouldn't we say in a New Hampshire building, a New Hampshire municipal building, that it has to cover all those items? And then, if we say that it's fair to protect them, why would we not protect our lumber mills in the U.S. and say, nope, all the lumber in the building has to be that? And I'll tell you why we wouldn't do it, because it would be a disaster for us, because we do not have the capacity to produce that. Now, you might think I'm up here arguing against our manufacturing. I am totally in support of United States manufacturing. I think we should do everything in our power to increase that. But the best way to increase that is to encourage competitiveness, and part of that is by reducing unreasonable regulations that literally plague our industries. This bill, if passed, will not do what it's intended to do. It will, in fact, I believe, harm the very industry that it's intended to protect. I would urge you to vote red on this committee amendment so an alternate motion can be made. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Representative Grody for speak for the committee report. This is the last speaker. A division has been requested. Members, take your seats.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We'll get to the roll call in a minute.
House Bill 438 is not as complicated as one will lead to believe, listening to our previous speakers. House Bill 438 requires the state to use American structural steel in state agency projects for those projects that exceed $1 million. So that would be for road construction, for road projects, bridges. Can you not hear me? Okay. There are at least 4 steel fabricators in America, in New Hampshire, that could use this legislation to quote on jobs. These are small, private companies. And as I've stood here and listened to all of us for the last 4 years, all small businesses in New Hampshire are important. There are 4 waivers for this, for a company to not be, to have an exception of using a all American steel. The first one has to do with the ability to meet specifications. If the fabricator cannot meet the specifications required for the project, their quote is not considered. If a fabricator is unable to meet the deadline due to delays in shipping, their quote does not need to be considered. If a manufacturer is unable to meet the design requirements, their waiver can also be deleted. And lastly, there's a consideration for costs as well. So I encourage you to support this bipartisan bill and support the committee report of 13-5 OTPA. Thank you.
Roll call has been requested by Representative Sylvia. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The House will come to order. The motion before us is the majority report of order pass as amended on Senate Bill 438. This is going to be a roll call vote. The chair recognizes Representative Tarosian for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know I like steel, and Mr. Speaker, I really like U.S. steel. But Mr. Speaker, I also like free market principles. Under Senate Bill 438, there would be a special interest carve-out for steel producers for any public project costing $1 million or more, but not for projects costing $999,000.
This is a PI, Representative.
Correct. Go figure. If I know this is a subsidy for local businesses, which will force taxpayers to pay more, Mr. Speaker, I buy local whenever I can, but I don't think we should force our citizens to pay more for construction based on the cost of a particular building, hence driving up the cost and creating a supply shortage. And finally, Mr. Speaker, this bill places U.S. manufacturers in a special class contrary to the Constitution, Part 1, Article 10.
Again, this is a parliamentary inquiry.
Right. Therefore, would I now press the red button to overturn the OTPA motion so another motion can be made? Next time, I'll put a few more I knows in there.
Chair recognizes Representative Marsh for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know foreign subsidized steel has been stealing American jobs for decades, and if I have seen the devastating effects on communities when these well-paying blue-collar jobs are lost forever, and if I know the time is now to keep good jobs in New Hampshire, would I not push the green button and support the bipartisan 13-5 committee report and adopt this bill? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is the majority report of order passed as amended on Senate Bill 438. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend the state of the vote. 170 voting yea, 151 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. And it is referred to the Committee on Finance. Representative Barudi, Shurtleff, De Silvestro, Fenton, Massimilla, Egan, Burge have declared a conflict of interest and did not participate in the vote. Majority of the Committee on Health, Human Services, and Elderly Affairs, to which was referred Senate Bill 403 FNA. It's awful loud in here. An act reestablishing the Special Supplemental Nutrition Program for Women, Infants, Children, Farmers Market Nutrition Program. Having considered the same, report the same with a recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Senator Dennis Acton for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee. Having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with a recommendation that the bill be referred for interim study. Senator Erica Leon for the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Leon to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill will give $30 to approximately 10,000 WIC recipients to use at farmers markets at a cost of $30,000 and a quarter of a full-time employee. This bill would let disadvantaged families spend 6 $5 coupons at farmers markets, exposing them to the offerings of a great environment, which is unfortunately the most expensive way to buy local produce, and then leaving them unable to build a habit of buying local produce at the farmers market. They'll still be able to buy produce, and even New Hampshire produce at the grocery store with their existing benefits. This is a federal solution, and I know that New Hampshire can craft a better solution. Everybody on the committee wants to make sure that New Hampshire produce makes its way to New Hampshire plates, especially for our neediest families. I think we can solve some of these problems. Food waste, especially imperfect produce, reduces the available supply. If you had a chance to get some of that produce, would you buy it? I know I would. CSAs, or community-supported agriculture, they provide consistency and schedule throughout the growing season, and they expose people to the cycle of crops here in New Hampshire. Can we offer a tax credit to offer this to our WIC families or other low-income families? Can we make it so those families visit this farm and see where the food they get to eat is grown? Can we do this better in New Hampshire? I think we can. I think New Hampshire can lead the way for this country in ways to find innovative solutions to deliver our produce to our people. That's why I ask you to oppose the OTP motion so that another motion can be made and we can seize on the opportunity to discuss this during the growing season and find a New Hampshire solution. Thank you.
Does the member yield to questions? Member yields.
I thank the gentlelady for taking the question. You said that you made a actual claim that actually surprised me, since I'm a pretty cheap guy and I'm also a regular attendee of my local farmers market. Is that in fact the most expensive way to buy local produce? Because it seems to me, seems to me you're buying directly from the growers, so at least that should make it cheaper. So is it more expensive?
You were recognized for a
why?
question.
Thank you for the question. When the farmers need to bring the produce to the farmer's market, take time away from the farm in order to bring it to a location with a chance for waste, for the unsold product. This is more expensive than them working with a CSA or another opportunity where they could deliver it to low-income communities in order for that to be directly distributed to these families. We have a chance to let these families see the cycle of local agriculture, to get this food delivered to their communities and find a way to support this within our state. I think we can do better than just starting a small program that builds up a large bureaucracy to support a future program that we may or may not choose to accept. And I think New Hampshire can do it better.
Chair recognizes Representative Acton. Speak for the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, SB 403 is a bill that reestablishes the WIC Farmers Market Nutrition Program. This program is sponsored by the FDA and aims to assist low-income women, infants, and children up to age 5 by providing nutritious foods and information on healthy eating. The bill adds a new section to RSA 132, which states that the program shall distribute food instruments, in this case vouchers or credits, to eligible WIC participants to redeem for locally grown fresh fruits, vegetables, and herbs at authorized New Hampshire farmers markets. There are two goals that, in my mind, justify supporting this bill. First, by providing the ability for low-income families to buy nutritious, locally grown foods, we can help build long-term habits that support healthy lifestyles. This can help reduce the long-term healthcare expenses that are incurred by the Medicaid program. Each child in the program will receive a credit of $30 once a year that will allow their family to attend the farmer's market and make purchases. I took part in a similar program last year where veterans were given a $20 credit. And that was each weekend over the summer. So my wife and I would go to the market, and we would take advantage of the $20 credit, and we would wind up leaving with a, we use our own money, and it helped build a habit of actually going to the farmer's market rather than just down to the store and buy what was available there. Secondly, this program will provide much needed revenue to New Hampshire-based farmers at a crucial time when we need to build local capacity in response to the collapsing global food distribution system. When the program was operating in the past, farmers taking part in the local markets around the state reported they saw an increase in sales that would have gone into purchasing processed foods or produce trucked in from Mexico or flown in from overseas. So in conclusion, it becomes quite apparent that we face a food supply crisis, the likes that pretty much none of us has ever seen. It is our responsibility to prepare for such a disaster by making sure that our farmers here in the state can produce the food we need, and our citizens have the knowledge of how to access these locally grown foods. Reestablishing the WIC Farmers Market Program is a necessary step in making sure that we are building the capacity we need to prepare for possible tough times ahead. Thank you.
Does the member yield to questions?
Yes.
Member yields. Senator DeShay, you may inquire.
Thank you to the gentleman for taking my question. If New Hampshire were to create its own program, would New Hampshire not have to foot the bill for the administration and all the costs of this program, rather than utilizing existing federal dollars that have already been raised and appropriated for states having these programs?
Okay, so the breakdown goes, and according to the fiscal note, the state will pay, the feds match $10, and the state will match another $20 to make that 30, and that's once a year. Also on the, as far as the requirements, what they call the FET, the full-time equivalent, is only 0.25. So this isn't going to take a full-time employee. It's going to take about 12 and a half hours a week out of someone's time to administer this. The farmers markets in New Hampshire are well-run, well-established, and have been actually very successful for years and years, and I see that by enabling WIC again will help build on that legacy. Thank you.
Does the member yield to further questions? Member yields. May inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for taking my question. You spoke about a $20 veterans credit last year, and it came week after week and established a habit of going to the farmer's market. How would this one-time $30 do anything like that?
Well, it's the Veterans Program was paid not through the federal system, I believe. I'm not sure exactly the funding system that was for, but that was a very generous benefit that was being provided probably by private donors. $30 a year is not much. For a family with 3 kids, it's starting to get a little bit better. So in essence, it's a little bit more symbolic, but it allows families that normally wouldn't probably not even have the time to even worry about a farmer's market. It exposes them to that, lets them know where it is and how to get there and see what's available. And it's just basically an introduction into that system. So it's a foot in the door, and it'll be an annual program that goes on year and year. So yeah, I mean, it would be better if we had more money to put in for this. Certainly the food inflation is going to be a problem for years. But I think here we should take what we get and to prepare for shortages coming. Thank you.
Does the member yield to further questions? Member yields. Senator Barrington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for taking my question. I'm just curious on this, the bill. It talks about a local farmers markets within the state. So I assume it's limited to farmers markets in New Hampshire. How do we know the produce at that market comes from New Hampshire, is grown in New Hampshire? Is there anything that stops someone from simply a farmer going to Maine and saying, I don't have enough tomatoes this week, so I'm going to go over there and buy a bunch and bring them over and sell them in the
House will
market?
be in order.
The group that organizes farmers markets do a very good job of keeping things organized. They know who's part of this. They're very prominent farms in our communities, in our towns, and so it's unlikely that someone would be able to come in and dupe them into pulling in Maine produce or stuff that they bought at Market Basket and turn around and sell it. It's very unlikely that would happen because it's a very well-managed program.
In here. That's fine. I want.
For what reason does the member rise?
For a motion, Mr. Speaker.
State your motion.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to make a motion to table this bill.
It is a proper motion, so the motion, a division has been requested. Members, take your seats. Are you? Okay, all right. All right, okay. The motion before us is the table House Bill, Senate Bill 403. Members will be in their seats. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Baldessaro.
Thank you, Mr.
For a
Speaker.
parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, if I know that I wanted to sit here and listen to the debate on this bill, and if I believe that what I heard today, there's so much confusion on this bill that we need to table this bill and maybe rethink it, then would I vote green and table this bill? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Weber for a parliamentary inquiry.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that a bill that provides fresh local produce to women and children, and if I know that a bill that provides extra support for our local farmers is a win-win, and if I know that our local farmers at our local farmers market know exactly where everybody else's produce comes from, would I now oppose the tabling motion and press the red button?
The motion before us is to table Senate Bill 403. This is going to be a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
There, Bridge.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, the House will attend to the state of the vote. 168 voting yea, 158 voting nay. Senate Bill 403 is laid on the table. Majority of the Committee on Health and Human Services and Elderly Affairs, to which was referred Senate Bill 407 FN, an act relative to expanding Medicaid to include certain postpartum health care services and making an appropriation therefore. Consider the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Jerry Knirk from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. The bill on second reading open to further floor amendment. Representative Kofalt offers floor amendment 1591H. It's in your seat pockets. Chair recognizes Representative Kofalt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 407 extends postpartum benefits under our state's Medicaid program from a current period of 60 days to an entire year. And although I think this is a very laudable goal, it does so at the expense of adding yet another straw to the camel's back of government spending. The amendment before you is intended to address what I believe is the most egregious problem with this bill. SB 407 takes advantage of a provision in the American Rescue Plan Act. And under that act, there are federal matching funds to co-fund this extension of postpartum benefits for states that adopt it. There is, however, a catch. And the catch is that the federal funding expires after 5 years. If you look closely at Senate Bill 407, you will notice that there is no such expiration. The amendment before you simply adds a provision that when the federal matching funds expire, this program too will expire. Mr. Speaker, I ask my colleagues to cast a vote for prudence and fiscal responsibility by supporting this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is the Kofalt floor amendment 1591H. Are you ready for the question? Division has been requested. Members, take your seats. I've already put the question forward as a division. The motion before us is the Kofalt floor amendment 1591H. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend the state of the vote. 179 voting yea, 148 voting nay. The co-fault amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is the majority report of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 407. Are you ready for the question? Who requested a roll call? Representative Sylvia requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? Yes, it is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. The motion before us is ought to pass as amended. This is going to be a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Need a thumb, Representative. Representative Green. Representative Doucette. Representative Langley. All set.
All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend the state of the vote. 212 voting yea, 117 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. And it is going to finance. House will be in order. Awful noisy. Committee on Health and Human Services and Elderly Affairs, to which was referred Senate Bill 416. Senate Bill 416 relative to behavioral health assessment and treatment for children in out-of-home placements without recommendation. Representative Weber moves ought to pass and offers floor amendment 1668. Are you ready for question? And she's recognized to speak to a motion. The question is on the amendment. Are you ready for the question? Chair recognizes Representative Weber.
I'm sorry, that caught me unawares. The reason this came out of our committee is without recommendation is we had a very long day. And when the sponsor of the bill in the Senate brought us the bill, she also brought us several suggestions that she thought would clarify the bill. And as it was clear when she was presenting them to the committee that they appeared to be acceptable to the committee, I obtained an amendment that had those changes, but we didn't vote on the bill right away. And then it was a long day, and we never got to vote on that amendment. So that's why we are here without amendment. without recommendation, rather. But what the amendment does is it simply makes some minor clarifications to the bill. The purpose of the bill is to make very sure that we only send kids out of state for out-of-state placements when they are completely and utterly necessary, and there's adequate clinical documentation that that is the only way that a child receives the treatment that they need. Because, as we all know, keeping kids here is not only the right thing to do because it keeps them closer to their homes and their families, it's also a lot less expensive. So the changes were that they made it clear that that a behavioral assessment is only going to be done when clinically necessary. The further change allocates the responsibility for doing that behavioral assessment to the school if existing law already requires the school to do that behavioral assessment, and to the department in cases where the school is not required to do the assessment. So it really is just a clarification, and then it changed the word individual to individuals so that assessments might be done by more than one person when they needed to happen. So I urge the amendment on all of you and urge you to vote yes. Thank you.
Question before us is the Representative Weber floor amendment 1668H. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Question before us now is ought to pass as amended. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. And it is going to finance. Committee on Health and Human Services and Elderly Affairs, to which was referred Senate Bill 430 FNA, Act relative to Health and Human Services. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment. The recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Beth Folsom from the committee. The amendment is 1484H, printed in House Record 15, pages 39 through 49. The question before you is on the amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass as amended. Chair recognizes Representative Andrus to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just learned a little while ago, because I did some more reading, that this bill was presented on the behalf of DHHS. This bill, as you know, is 20 pages long. Today, I would like to say a few words about Senate Bill 430. This omnibus bill, in my opinion, is complicated and will be a burden to the taxpayers of New Hampshire. This bill had 22 parts and then was broken down into 74 sections for the fiscal impact as follows. Now, I broke down the impact that was giving because I am a bookkeeper by trade, and we're always asking questions. 1 and 1 does have to make 2. 21 sections of this bill had no fiscal impact. 42 sections had minimal fiscal impact, which is impossible to imagine. What does a total minimal fiscal impact mean for 42 sections of this bill? I mean, does it mean $50,000, $50 million, $2 million? I mean, we absolutely have no idea of this minimal impact. 7 sections were listed as fiscal impact was indeterminable. And 4 sections of the bill were estimated 2.8 million would come from a general fund appropriation, 29,000 and 700,000 would be appropriated in fiscal year 23. We have no real absolute figures of estimates as to the total cost of this bill. The New Hampshire Constitution, Part 2, Article 5, states in part, and this is talking about our powers. And Father, full power and authority are hereby given and granted to the said general court from time to time to make, ordain, and establish all manner of wholesome and reasonable orders, laws, statutes, ordinances, directions, and instructions. Is SB 430 wholesome and reasonable? Does SB 430 go against the state constitution? Is SB 430 a want or a need? The bill is cumbersome, and I believe personally SB 430 is not wholesome and reasonable, and it goes against the state constitution, and will vote against this bill and ask you to vote against it. We should not be adding a burden to a tax burden to the citizens of New Hampshire when we do not know of the real physical compacts. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Mark Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. SB 430 was a wish list from the Department of Health and Human Services. The amendment we just passed took out numbers of things from this wish list. It took out items that needed to be readdressed by a different committee than ours, committee more subject matter expert than we. We think that by doing this, some controversial matters will now be given the full hearing they deserve. And oh, by the way, also a discussion of a good bit of the money that was just referenced by the previous speaker. The amendment also took out some items we didn't think were necessary or that we thought could be more fully thought through and resubmitted at a later date. What's left includes, in part, some tidying up items. For example, the authorization to remove the names of facilities no longer in use from law, the changing of staff titles and definitions to be more appropriate, and other exciting things like it. By the way, these comprised many of the sections. But we did leave in a few matters. We spent a long time. We got out at 8:25 p.m. We did a lot of work on this. The bill makes it possible for more home placements for children in familiar settings, which will be wonderful for the kids and cost-effective for the taxpayers. The bill streamlines background checks for possible employees at alternative treatment centers, an important thing to do because of the labor shortage. The bill reduces the steps involved in blood testing for lead and therefore reduces the cost. The bill sets up a pilot program for the developmentally disabled adults ages 18 to 21. I do some work with this community and have for the last several years, so I've learned that there's a gap of care after school oversight ends and age 21 care starts. And because of this, often, and I know the names of many in my area, often parents have to drop out of the workforce. DHHS wants to set up not an extensive and expensive program, but a pilot program to see if the ideas they have for how to close this 3-year gap make sense and work cost effectively. Well, you get the idea. We've slimmed things down, we've kept compassion and cost effectiveness in. Not surprisingly, this bill passed the committee 19-1. And that one vote was not really an objection to the important work that will be accomplished here. It was to underscore, and I appreciate the member doing this, it will underscore that in the future, don't send us bills like this. Let the major issues stand alone so they can have even greater consideration than us having to stay to 8:25 in the evening. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does the member yield to questions? Member does not yield. Somebody had requested a roll call. I'm not sure her. Representative Silber requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. The House will be in order. The motion before us is ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 430. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Senator Folson for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this committee worked hard and very long on this bill and the amendment that goes along with it, and that if I know that many staff people stuck around to help us make sure it got done properly and in order, and that the only staff person in the building that was happy we went till 8:30 was the custodian because he got time and a half. If I want to say well done to the Health and Human Services Committee for sticking it out and getting this done, please press the green button.
The motion before us is ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 430. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. Also attend the state of the vote. 233 voting yea, 90 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. And it is referred to the Committee on Finance. Committee on Health and Human Services and Elderly Affairs, to which was referred Senate Bill 444 FN. The House will be in order. An act relative to childhood adverse experiences, treatment, and prevention. Having considered the same, report the same. The recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Senator Joe Shapiro for the committee. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted, and this bill is referred to Finance. Majority of the Committee on Health and Human Services and Elderly Affairs, to which was referred Senate Bill 459 FN. Act relative. If you're going to have a conversation, take it out into the anteroom. An act relative to healthcare facility workplace violence prevention program. Having considered the same, report the same with a recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Senator Lucy Weber for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Erica Leon for the minority of the committee. Bills on second reading open to further amendment. Representative Leon offers floor amendment 1678H. It's in your seat pockets. And she is recognized to speak to her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I present to you Amendment 1678, which removes a change in criminal statutes from the bill and leaves the rest unchanged. Senate Bill 459 creates a commission on workplace safety for healthcare workers in hospitals and urgent cares in New Hampshire. This is vital to our nurses and other healthcare workers. Just like everybody in the state, country, and world, healthcare workers deserve a workplace free of violence. But unlike other professions, healthcare workers continue to provide care to people who are sometimes violent. That is a very unique situation and one that requires careful consideration. How do we deal with a disruptive patient who shouts and shoves and does that despite attempts to de-escalate? If anyone entering the area is exposed to this, a responding police officer will see it and be able to arrest the person if that's appropriate. If a visitor gets violent or mouthy, they can be trespassed, which means they have to leave the property and they can't come back. So that solves the problem if it's not a patient. So neither of those scenarios justifies an expansion of warrantless arrest powers. So for those patients who need care and who fight back in some way, it gets trickier. I feel for those healthcare workers treating volatile patients that know how to act the perfect angel when an officer is around. But that doesn't mean we need to expose everybody else to warrantless arrest just because they're in a healthcare facility. This needs careful consideration of people with the right background and knowledge to figure out if and how we would change our criminal statutes to reflect that tricky situation when a patient needs care, but they're also violating the rights of somebody else. I don't have the answers. I'm on Health and Human Services. It's going to Finance next. They're not criminal justice either. This is something that needs to come back next year so that it can go through criminal justice in our body and judiciary in the other body. We can't make changes with this lightly. We put at risk all of our citizens, and especially those that are already more vulnerable. This is an amendment to fix the problem and remove the following words in the criminal code. This would allow warrantless arrest, and I quote, while in the care of a medical professional on the premises of a residential care or healthcare facility as defined in RSA 152.2, through actual or threatened violence, interfere in the provision of medically necessary healthcare services. So there's two parts of that that are a little confusing. The statute itself expands the definition of workplace violence to include harsh words. And when you're looking at de-escalation and some of the other problems, it makes sense to look at the whole spectrum. But if this statute for warrantless arrests includes this definition where harsh words are violence, that's going to cause a lot of problems. And then medically necessary health care, where is that defined? Not in our statutes. Who defines that? Compassion for our healthcare heroes is commendable, and I agree that they deserve protection. But I know that all people deserve protection under law, equal protection under law, as guaranteed in the 14th Amendment of the Constitution. Our rights should not change when we set foot in a healthcare facility. Without this amendment, they will. This equal protection protects all of us. I can't sit by and let the potential for a gross violation of human rights go through without review of criminal justice and judiciary. I ask you to defer this debate to the appropriate committees by passing this amendment, which has support on both sides of the aisle, and then move this important bill onto finance so that we can figure out how to protect our healthcare heroes without creating a new Constitution light area. Thank you.
Does the member yield to questions? Senator Brahmi may inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, my friend from Derry. It sounds like the warrantless clause of this bill applies to all healthcare facilities. However, the database portion of the bill only applies to hospitals and urgent care centers. So I assume nursing homes would fall under the warrantless arrest portion of the bill. My question is, why are nursing homes not part of the database portion? And did the New Hampshire Healthcare Association, who represents the nursing homes in the state, testify either way on this bill? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. This came out of a work group of hospitals and ambulatory care centers. This does apply to all healthcare facilities, but those two groups asked for this, and it was asked for hospitals and urgent cares. Those are pretty much the front lines of our healthcare system, but these warrantless arrest powers would go to all healthcare facilities. Everybody is getting lumped into the same bucket without appropriate consideration. We did not hear anything from that association regarding the warrantless arrests, and I don't believe that they testified in general on the bill, as other than the warrantless arrest section, it did not impact them.
Chair recognizes Representative Weber to speak against the floor amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are talking about a very, very small expansion of the warrantless arrest statute. It only refers to misdemeanors because you can already arrest without a warrant in the case of felonies. So with respect to misdemeanors, law enforcement already has the right to arrest without a warrant for misdemeanors that they see happening. So here's the scenario. This expands that power simply to misdemeanors in healthcare centers that interfere with the delivery of healthcare that they haven't seen. So there is an outbreak, an assault, something. The law enforcement didn't see it. Law enforcement arrives. Currently, they have to wait till there's another go-round before they do anything about it. And here's the problem. Healthcare workers are virtually the only victims of assaultative behavior who are ethically required to continue to treat the person who assaulted them. Under no circumstances is anybody going to halt the treatment of the person. But what this allows to happen is there can be an arrest, law enforcement can be there, can make sure that the people who are trying to deliver care and continue to deliver care can do so uninterrupted and unassaulted. And remember, when they are doing this, they are delivering care not only to the person who was committing the assault, but mostly in these settings, there are a lot of other people all around them who also need critical care. So we need to have the ability to be able to allow our healthcare workers to care for all of their patients in a safe way that keeps not only the healthcare workers, but all the other patients safe as well. So I urge you to accept this small extension to the statute by pressing the green button, the red button, because it's an amendment. So oppose the amendment by pressing the red button. Thank you.
Representative Leon has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This is going to be a roll call vote. Members, take their seats. Where's he going? The motion before us is the lay-on floor amendment 1678H. This is a roll call vote. The chair recognizes Representative Edwards for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that size doesn't matter, and if I know that a small violation of critical policy discipline is as bad as a big violation, and if I knew that it is not the jurisdiction of Health and Human Services to be juggling, I'll use that word, juggling within the criminal statute on warrantless arrests, would I then press the green button so that the amendment will delete the warrantless arrest portion of this bill and allow Division 3 to deal with the other issues next week? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Weber for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I am concerned with the constitutional rights of every person in this state, including the right of our healthcare workers to do their jobs in safety, and the right of patients in healthcare institutions to receive treatment in safety, would I now press the red button to oppose this amendment so we can provide more protection to those people who give us care? Thank you.
The question before us is the lay-on floor amendment 1678H. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. The voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Well, members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend state of the vote. 182 voting yea, 146 voting nay. The lay-on floor amendment is adopted. The motion before us now. What reasons the member rise?
To make a motion, Mr. Speaker?
State your motion.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to make a motion to table this bill.
That is a proper motion. The motion. A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, can I pull my table motion?
You can withdraw it. You withdraw it? You wish to withdraw it? Yes. The tabling motion has been withdrawn. The question is now back on auto pass as amended on Senate Bill 459. It's open here. Okay. Who, Representative Sylvia requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. The motion before us is ought to pass as amended. This is going to be a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Leon for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that we have removed the very dangerous part about this bill, and if I know that now as it moves to finance with its financial implications, we can look at the correct implementation. And if I know that different groups were against this bill unamended, then would I then press the green button?
The motion before us is order pass as amended on Senate Bill 459. The roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Edward.
All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend the state of the vote. 264 voting yea, 64 voting nay. Committee report is adopted.
No, I'm sorry.
And 459 is going to the Finance Committee. Committee on Public Works, to which was referred Senate Bill 278 FN. House will be in order. An act relative to funding for the Piscataqua River Turning Basin Project and the Port Authority Project. Consider the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. So Daniel Eaton for the committee. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted.
This one, Mr. Speaker.
Committee on Public Works and Highways, to which was referred Senate Bill 346 FNA, Act requiring the Department of Environmental Services to conduct feasibility and impact studies for construction of a pier on Hampton Beach. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Senator Michael Egger for the committee. Bills on second reading open to further amendment. Representative Power offers floor amendment 1445H, printed in House Record 15, page 34. Recognize the Representative Power to speak to her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I offer floor amendment 1445H at the request of the prime sponsor of Senate Bill 346. Requiring the Department of Environmental Services to conduct feasibility and impact studies for the construction of a pier on Hampton Beach. This amendment would simply change the effective day from 60 days after its passage to take effect upon passage. This simple change would, first, allow the Hampton Beach Area Commission to immediately commence its feasibility and impact studies, And second, provide 60 additional days for the commission to both complete a thorough, comprehensive study and meet the aggressive deadline to report its findings to the legislature by November 1st, 2022. For these common sense reasons, I urge my fellow colleagues to support this floor amendment by pushing the green button. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Graham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleagues, the sponsor of this amendment did reach out to the committee before she filed it. We are in agreement that it does give some additional time if this bill were to pass for the study to be done, and I urge you to adopt the amendment. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 346. Oh, my mistake. I think I've been up here too long today. This is on the floor amendment 1445H. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the floor amendment is adopted. Now before us is ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 346. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. And this one's going to finance too. Majority of the committee on the Special Committee on Redistricting, to which was referred Senate Bill 240, an act apportioning state Senate districts, having considered the same, report the same with a recommendation the bill ought to pass. Senator Carol McGuire for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Lucy Weber from the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Weber.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you look at the map that comes with the words that explain which towns are going to be in each senatorial district, you will understand that this is the very picture of gerrymandering.
The House will be in order.
There are a lot of problems here. First of all, the bill splits counties unnecessarily. My own county goes into 4 different senatorial districts and my current senator who currently serves only Cheshire County towns will now have 2 Hillsborough County towns imported into his district, while other county towns have been exported. The towns are geographically sprawling and confusing. Mr. Speaker, it's very noisy.
The House will be in order. The member has a right to speak. If you need to have a conversation, take it out into the anteroom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The districts are geographically sprawling and confusing. One district, District 9, stretches from, well, 2 districts stretch from the Connecticut River all the way to the middle of the state. One, District 9, is 1 town wide, 70 miles long, and it stretches from Hinsdale to Bedford, covering a multitude of communities that have absolutely no interests in common. The bill as presented is deliberately gerrymandered for partisan advantage, creating a number of districts which are weighted towards the Republicans, and a far smaller number of districts that are weighted towards the Democrats. But the districts that are weighted towards the Democrats are much more partisan leaning than the Republican districts. because they have been packed with every available Democrat in the state to the advantage of the majority party. If you look at our voters, they are relatively evenly split between Democrats and Republicans, but the largest voting bloc is independents, roughly 40% for roughly 30% of the others. And those independents really have their voices taken away by this effort to pack partisan districts which are not competitive and where we don't have to listen to the majority of our voters who are in the middle. The Special Committee on Redistricting listened to voters in every county in this state. And in every county in this state, Republicans and Democrats told us they wanted local representation and they wanted communities of interest to stay together. This map doesn't do it, and I urge you to vote red.
Chair recognizes Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You'll notice the previous speaker did not say that this map was unconstitutional. In fact, in committee, they agreed it is constitutional and legal. It meets all necessary requirements. Their concern is that it's not as good as it could be. Well, right. I could have done a better map, at least by my standards. The trouble is there are hundreds of different legal and constitutional maps for the Senate that would be legal. There are dozens of criteria to help you choose between one map and the other. And the real question is who decides? This map has the approval of the majority of the other body. They have voted for it. They recommend it. The House has confirmed that it is, in fact, legal and constitutional. And we have no real reason to rewrite the map that the majority of the other body has chosen for themselves. They didn't rewrite the map of House districts that we sent them. And so, with respect, we should just leave this alone. Thank you very much.
What reason to member rise?
Motion.
State your motion.
I would move that Senate Bill 240 be placed upon the table.
It is a proper motion. The motion is to lay Senate Bill 240 on the table. Roll call has been requested by Representative Barbara Griffin. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. House will be in order. Members, take your seats. Members, take your seats. That means all members, take your seats. Motion before us is to table Senate Bill 240. This is going to be a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Tim Smith for a parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, if I know that a significant amount of extra work is needed to craft a bill, a district bill for the Senate district, that is less likely to face immediate legal challenges and seriously delay the ability of Senate candidates to file in just a couple of weeks, would I now press the green button?
Chair recognizes Barbara Griffin for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that legal challenges are no reason to be tabling a bill, and if I know that the appropriate work and legal considerations have gone into a bill, which we are required to address every 10 years in some form or another, would I vote against the tabling motion so we can do what we have been brought here to do? Thank you.
The motion before us is to table Senate Bill 240. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. While members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend state of the vote. 143 voting yea, 170 voting nay. Tabling motion fails. We've already had the debate, so we're going to go right to the vote on the majority report of ought to pass. I think I heard roll call. I'm sorry, Representative Weber requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Not yet. The motion before us, members will be in their seats. The motion before us is a majority report of ought to pass on Senate Bill 240. It's a roll call vote. The chair recognizes Representative Weber for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this bill disadvantages our cities by splitting them up and connecting them to towns that they don't have anything in connection with, some of them quite far away, and if I know that this bill disadvantages our towns by connecting them with larger entities far across the state with which they do not share any interests, and if I wonder, since when do the members of this august body settle for just the bare minimum rather than doing their very best to create a bill for the best of all of our people, would I now press the red button?
Chair recognizes Representative Lynn for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that under the agreement reached between the two bodies of the legislature, reapportionment of the Senate and the Executive Council was assigned in the first instance to the Senate, and reapportionment of the House, county commissioners, and the congressional districts was assigned in the first instance to the House, and if I know that this body has a long tradition of affording deference to the other body of the legislature when it comes to redistricting decisions assigned to that body in the first instance, and if I know that the other body's work, as reflected in this bill, reapportions the state Senate districts so that all districts are contiguous and so that all constitutional requirements are met. And if I also know that no alternative proposal for districting the Senate districts was submitted, then would I press the green button to approve this bill? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is the majority report of order passed on Senate Bill 240. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend the state of the vote. 172 voting yea, 149 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Also be in order. Majority Committee on Special Committee on Redistricting, to which was referred Senate Bill 241. Act apportioning executive council districts, having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation bill ought to pass. Senator Leonard Turcott from the majority of the committee. Bills open. The bills on second reading open to further amendment. Representative Bergeron offers minority amendment 1543H, printed in House Record 15, page 29. The chair recognizes Representative Bergeron.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I'd like to start off by saying that if there was a gentleman's agreement between the two chambers that we would not amend certain redistricting bills that they were going to take control of, and they would respect our wishes for those that we would take control of, I would just remind the House that, in fact, the state Senate did change the House redistricting plan, and then the bill had to go to the committee of conference. If Senate Bill 241 is not amended, 9 of the 10 counties will be split apart, and 3 gerrymandered districts would be created, districts 1, 2, and 5. On the map for Senate Bill 241, District 5 looks like an alligator's head chomping at the foot of the District 2 Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. District 1 is no longer a solid North Country district. Under Senate Bill 241, the towns south of Carroll and Franconia and west of Waterville Valley have been moved out. And District 1 would then extend all along the eastern border south to Dover and Durham. Given the larger population areas in the southeastern portion of the state, the North Country could find itself without a seat on the Executive Council. The amendment would establish 5 Executive Council districts that are constructed to keep as many counties together as possible. 7 of the state's 10 counties remain whole within council districts, whereas under Senate Bill 241, 9 of the counties are split up. District 1, for example, incorporates 5 entire counties: Coos, Carroll, Grafton, Belknap, and Sullivan counties. Under the amendment, District 2, which currently slithers across the width of the state from Hinsdale and Charleston in the west to Somersworth and Dover in the east, would become much more compact and encompass Merrimack and Stafford counties in the northwestern part of Rockingham. District 3 remains similar to the existing district, though 3 towns are moved to balance population shifts. District 4 becomes more compact. The only town that would not share a border with Manchester is Derry. And finally, District 5 would encompass the entirety of Cheshire County and the vast majority of Hillsborough County, including Nashua. The Mapathon Citizen Mapping Project pointed out that the amendment is, quote, relatively competitive with a slight lean towards Republicans. So this is not a Democratic map, it is just a better map. I would ask that you please press the yes button, the green yes button, to support the proposed amendment to Senate Bill 241. And Mr. Speaker, I would request a roll call on that vote.
The chair recognizes Representative Berry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We'll be brief here. The Special Committee on Redistricting considered this amendment. We decided it was not in the best interest of the state. We voted it down. I'm asking the body to affirm the work of the committee and vote this amendment down. So this may be my last time ever speaking about this subject in public. I want to point something out about the Mapathon group, the nonpartisan Mapathon group that my good friend on the other side just mentioned, the nonpartisan group that is sponsored by 603 Forward, Granite State Progress, and people who enter into lawsuits with the New Hampshire Democratic Party to sue the state. So that's about as nonpartisan as they get. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
House will be in order. A request for a roll call has been made by Representative Bergeron. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This is going to be a roll call vote on the amendment. The motion before us is the amendment 1543H. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you will press the green button. If you're opposed, you will press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend the state of the vote. 145 voting yea, 175 voting nay. The amendment fails. The motion before us now is ought to pass on Senate Bill 241. Chair recognizes Representative Bergeron.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In my remarks on the amendment, I talked about some of the flaws in Senate Bill 241. I would just add to that some of the other issues with this bill are that it splits 17 high school supervisory unions. It gerrymanders Democratic-leaning towns into one district, thereby making it unrealistic for a Republican to win in that district. And as I mentioned before, it's splitting up 9 of our 10 counties. I would ask, therefore, that you vote in opposition to the motion of what to pass. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Turcotte.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon, everyone. Senate Bill 241 updates the executive councilor districts based on the population data that was provided to us in 2020 federal census. The Senate proposed districts distribute New Hampshire's population evenly within an acceptable deviation to 5 executive councilor districts, and that deviation is just slightly above 1%. Regarding the current executive councilor map, one of the complaints we frequently heard during our public listening sessions was that District 2 stretches and snakes from the Vermont border over to the New Hampshire seacoast. That district no longer exists. Now, contrary to the fear grenades that have been lobbed onto the House floor today about gerrymandering and packing of districts, the Senate has previously approved these districts, and there are zero legal basis that warrants modification by the committee, as the map meets all federal and state constitutional requirements. The majority of the Special Committee on Redistricting therefore asks that you support Senate Bill 241 by pressing the green button. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is ought to pass on Senate Bill 241. Are you? I was waiting for that. I'm not sure who called it, but a roll call. Representative Griffin called for a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. The motion before us is ought to pass on Senate Bill 241. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Espitia for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know the redistricting committee held public listening sessions in every county with Granite Staters providing us clear direction on the criteria they wanted us to use when drawing maps for the next decade, if I heard our constituents ask us to keep districts compact, to keep counties together, and to reject partisanship as the dominant factor in drawing new lines, if I see that the map in front of me looks like a jigsaw puzzle, splitting 9 out of 10 counties.
House will be in order.
Into multiple districts with the obvious partisan goal of packing as many Democrats into District 2 as possible. And if I believe that that the people of New Hampshire deserve fair, logical districts, and that this ain't it, would I now press the red button to oppose the committee report of OTP?
The chair recognizes Representative Lynn for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that virtually all of what I said before with regard to the Senate redistricting applies here, and if I know that the other body's work as reflected in this bill reapportions executive council districts so that all districts are contiguous and so that all constitutional requirements are met, the deviation between districts being only slightly above 1%, then would I press the green button to approve this bill? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is majority committee report of ought to pass on Senate Bill 241. This is a roll call vote. you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present have an opportunity to vote. House will attend the state of the vote. 174 voting yea, 146 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. Committee on Transportation, to which was referred Senate Bill 442 FN, Act relative to the suspension of a vehicle registration as a result of evading toll collection systems. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Senator Ted Gorski for the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Burt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I oppose Senate Bill 442, and let me explain why. Mr. Speaker, I have friends that have done this, and I'm considering registering my 2007 Chevy Silverado in Maine. And I'm going to remain a resident of New Hampshire. And let me tell you how you do it. I own an LLC. I'm going to sell my truck to the LLC. The LLC can register that vehicle in 8 states. Maine is one, Delaware, Vermont is another, Minnesota is another. Minnesota is the best one. And there's 4 others. So, Mr. Speaker, why I'm saying this is why my friends have done it, some, and others are looking into it, and I see a lot of people doing this, is then that way they can get away from the state inspection. Because you don't have to register your vehicle up there. So with that said, Mr. Speaker, that is what's going to happen when this bill passes. And let me further explain why I know this to be true. I'm almost positive when I've been studying this, it was in a Union Leader article. The Connecticut police were quoted in that article saying that they have pretty much this bill, that if you don't pay certain taxes, they're going to pull your registration so you can't work to pay those taxes. The police in the article said, you drive down any road in Connecticut and you will see 1 to 3 Maine license plates on every vehicle. So they're found a loophole to get around this law. And that's what's going to happen here, Mr. Speaker. And if you really look at a lot of the tractor trailers, if you look at the trailers, virtually every one of them has a Maine license plate. And if you look at the trucks, they all have Illinois. So New Hampshire is losing a lot of revenue over this. So what I'd like to do, Mr. Speaker, to finish this up on my opposition of Senate Bill 442, is to tell you what New Hampshire Liberty Alliance said. Mr. Speaker, quote, bill and disputes should not be handled by invoking the heavy-handed power of the state to deny the right of travel and potentially cause a vehicle owner to lose their job. Collections of unpaid bills is a civil matter and should be handled accordingly. Mr. Speaker, I owned a tree business for 25 years plus, and when I did not get paid. It was extremely rare. Matter of fact, once I went to small claims because it was a civil matter. And Mr. Speaker, I won that case and I got paid. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, this is in the New Hampshire Liberty Alliance. This is a heavy-handed action of particular troubling when the tolling is used to deny somebody travel. So if you don't pay your tolls, which I say you need to pay your tolls, because that's the right way to do it. I believe in the toll system, but this is not the right way. And let me explain one last thing, Mr. Speaker. I apologize, I can't remember. It was 6 or 7 years ago. But I went through the tolls in the morning, and it was approximately 10:01 in 0.08 of a second. I got ticketed for not having an Easy Pass, which I did have an Easy Pass, because my Easy Pass registered at 10:01 0.09 of a second. It was like a $25, $30, $40 fine. And I went to the DMV, to the toll lady, and I said, look, I got a picture right here on the New Hampshire Easy Pass showing that I paid the toll, and it was 1/100 of a second different from your ticket. And she goes, well, we're going to have to take this under, advisement, look into this, but you'll probably win. Well, I wasn't going to pay that. So at some point, they would have pulled my registration, Mr. Speaker, because I wasn't going to pay, because I had proof I paid it. It was on my debit card, and I had a picture of them showing it being paid. But because their computer was off, they ticketed me, and then they did say, as I said, does this happen a lot? And she goes, oh, it's killing us right now. A lot of people are getting this. I believe they've corrected it because I don't hear any complaints about it. But Mr. Speaker, that's what's going to happen, is people are going to register their vehicles somewhere else because they legally can. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I hope you oppose this and press red. Thank you.
Does the member yield to questions? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Representative Spillane, you may inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for taking my question. I don't see anything, maybe I missed it. Is there a dollar figure that they have to exceed in value before they start interrupting your life with suspending your registration and preventing sale of the car?
I do not see. So not paying one Easy Pass could revoke your registration. And yes, I will follow up.
Thank you.
Member yield to further question? Yes.
Thank you for the follow-up. So if I went through the toll once and maybe $2, they could totally screw up a sale of a vehicle or suspend my registration, et cetera.
That's what could happen. They could pull your registration. There is no monetary, saying that it has to exceed a particular date or a particular amount.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Member yield to further questions?
Yes.
Representative Smith, you may inquire.
Thank you for taking my question. I was very deeply concerned to hear that you might have lost your license over a single unpaid Easy Pass toll. But I seem to recall reading something in the bill that it's a little bit more involved than that to actually lose your license, about needing like multiple rounds of going through and being a serial violator and having to go months and months and getting notice after notice, unpaid and unresolved. I'm curious, what part of the bill led you to the conclusion that you would have lost your license after only a single incident as you described?
Thank you. And if I said you lose your license, I apologize. It's only you lose your registration. Yeah. All right. The way I read the bill, they can do it anytime. That's how I read the bill. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Gorski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand in support of SB 442. And when preparing for my argument, there were two quotes that came to my mind as I was preparing. One from the late, great author and clergyman, Norman Vincent Peale, who once said, "Empty pockets never held anyone back. Only empty heads and empty hearts can do that." The second is from the late and great life philosopher, Yogi Berra, where Yogi said once, "A nickel is not worth a dime today." This bill is all about closing loopholes that serial toll evaders have been taken advantage of. It prohibits the transfer of ownership of a vehicle to a family member. So basically, if I am a serial toll evader, I could sell my ownership to my vehicle for $1 to a family member, get new plates, and not have to pay the outstanding tolls. In testimony, the Department of Transportation stated that in the last year we had 33,000 plates that have evaded paying tolls. The year before, we had approximately 50,000. My colleagues, this has lost revenue to our state. These plates are people who are willfully trying to evade paying tolls in using our toll roads. This bill does allow an owner of the vehicle to have a hearing, so they do have jurisprudence if they want to talk about the various tolls and go through this. So in closing, I ask you to support the bipartisan committee recommendation of 15-0 by pressing the green button. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does the member yield to questions? Member does not yield. The motion before us is the committee report of order pass on Senate Bill 442. Are you ready for the question? Roll call has been requested. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Also be in order. The motion before us is order pass on Senate Bill 442. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Walsh for a parliamentary inquiry. Representative Walsh is waving off. This will be a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All member present had an opportunity to vote. Also attend the state of the vote. 218 voting yea, 94 voting nay. Committee reports adopted. And this bill is referred to finance. State your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would move that the debate on Senate Bills 240 and 241 be printed in the permanent journal. Oh, okay. I was trying to be efficient, that's all. I move that the debate on Senate Bill 240 be printed in the permanent journal.
Without objection,
Thank you.
so ordered.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the debate on Senate Bill 241 be printed in the permanent journal.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We have two bills removed from consent. Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which was referred Senate Bill 376 FN, an act relative to creating a board to review police incidents involving citizens affected by mental health issues. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation the bill ought to pass. Senator John Burt for the committee. Bills on second reading open to further amendment. Senator Abbott's office floor amendment 1614H. It's in your seat pockets. Chair recognizes Representative Abbas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the motion to adopt Floor Amendment 1614H. And what it does is it increases the appropriation by an additional $100,000 so there can be a part-time employee to help administer the program. This floor amendment was drafted at the request of the prime sponsor of the bill. And that part-time employee would help implement the CIT training program. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is Abbas Floor Amendment 1614H. Are you ready for the question? For what reason does the member rise?
For a motion, Mr. Speaker.
State your motion.
Move to lay this SB 376 on the table.
Okay. The motion is in order. The motion before us is to lay Senate Bill 376 on the table. Are you ready for the question? The division has been requested. Members will take their seats. The motion before us is to table Senate Bill 376. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Slavic, Cornell, I need a vote. Give me your thumbs. I need a vote, sir. The motion to table. Representative Levitt. Representative Levitt. Thank you. Representative Hamblin. Representative Hamblin. Representative Hamblin. Representative Alney. What? What? A thumb up or down, please. Representative Langley.
All members present had an opportunity to vote. Also attend the state of the vote. 155 voting yea, 156 voting nay. The motion to table fails. House will be in order. We're back to the floor amendment. Representative Abbas' floor amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the Abbas floor amendment is adopted. The bill now ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 376. Are you ready for the question? Senator Sylvia requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. Also be in order. The motion before us ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 376. It's a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representatives Allard, Love, and Pearl.
All members present had an opportunity to vote, also attend the state of the vote. 206 voting yea, 107 voting nay. Committee report is adopted, and this bill is referred to finance. The Committee on Education, to which was referred Senate Bill 394 FN, an act relative to the definition of a child with a disability under special education laws, considered the same, report the same with the following amendment, and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. The amendment is 1538H, printed in House Record 15, pages 35 through 36. The question is on the amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Question before us now is ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted, and it is sent to the Committee on Finance. Chair recognizes the member from Auburn, Representative Osborne, for the third reading motion. The question.
Thank you. Resolved that the House now adjourn from the early session, that the business of the late session be in order at the present time, that the reading of bills be by title only and resolutions by caption only, and that all bills ordered to third reading be read a third time by this resolution, and that all titles of bills be the same as adopted, and that they be passed at the present time, and when the House adjourns today, it be to meet at the call of the chair.
Also be in order. Questions on the third reading motion. Are ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. House will attend to announcements. Chair recognizes Representative Levesque for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to let everybody know that tomorrow is Girl Scout Leadership Appreciation Day. So if you know a Girl Scout leader, please show your appreciation. And if you are, thank you so much for volunteering your time to support the Girl Scouts of the Green and White Mountains and Girl Scouts USA. Thank you.
The chair recognizes the clerk for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a couple of quick announcements. One, we do have a couple of unanimous consents, so please stand by. Two, if you haven't visited your mailbox in the anteroom yet, please do so before you leave to pick up your complimentary COVID tests. If you do not need or do not want the test, please put them in the small round bin with a sign on it in the mailroom. Please also, at the end of the day, please also remove any trash you might have in your seat or nearby. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Espitia for unanimous consent.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I would just like to apologize for my actions during the conversation on SB 41. Redistricting is something that has really important implications for so many folks, and obviously an issue that I got really wrapped up about, really passionate about. So I apologize for showing the map. I know that using that as a prop, I should have known better. So I just wanted to say that I'm sorry for doing that, and I just appreciate all you. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Belanger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to take a moment of personal privilege and apologize to my colleagues. It was brought to my attention that when I yelled roll call, it had upset and offended a few people, and it was disrespectful to this room. To preface why I was so emotional, at SYSC, I was sexually abused, and I get emotional about the topic. I want to apologize and I ask that you, my colleagues, accept that apology. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The chair recognizes the Representative Ammon for unanimous consent.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Thank you for your consideration.
Are you withdrawing your consent? Question before us is, shall the member continue? Are you ready for the question? Roll call has been requested. You are out of order. A roll call has been requested. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Also be in order. The motion before us is, shall Representative Ammon be allowed to continue with his unanimous consent? This is a roll call vote. Members will be in their seats. If you're in favor, you will press the green button. If you're opposed, you will press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Members, be in your seats. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. Also attend the state of the vote. 258 voting yea, 10 voting nay. The member may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, colleagues, for allowing me to continue. I'd like to highlight a resolution that we passed earlier this morning by voice vote. It was unanimous. It was House Resolution 23, reaffirming this body's position on first in the nation, presidential primary. So that resolution affirmed our support for it. Now, first in the nation brings jobs, it brings advertising dollars, it brings tourism, it brings national prestige, and it helps our voters be engaged in politics and retail politics. Last Thursday, the RNC full membership voted unanimously to make no changes to their 2024 presidential nominating calendar, keeping Iowa, New Hampshire, South Carolina, and Nevada as the 4 early voting states. In contrast, the National Democratic Committee has thrown open the door to a challenge to our first in the nation status. They've given us 2 months to prove our case as to why New Hampshire should be the first primary state. And they're opening up the idea that it could be multiple states running at once. Now, our Secretary of State, Secretary Scanlon, has reaffirmed his support for keeping our first in the nation status, and by statute, we're required by state law to be first. But the DNC and its obsession with identity politics is the reason.
We've already had one objection. It's been voted on. The member can continue. The member may continue. I would just ask that he be cautious as to what he is saying.
So let me clarify, this is not an attack on anyone in this room. We've already affirmed as a body that first in the nation should be in New Hampshire. So this isn't an attack, personally, this is an attack about national level politics, not an attack, but a comment on national level politics, that identity politics is going to be the reason if we lose first in the nation status. So we need to respect each other as individuals and not as members of groups, and reaffirm that we support first in the nation.
We could, if everybody continues to leave, we will lose a quorum, and then we will be unable to move forward with what we need to move forward with.
All right. May I just conclude? So we just celebrated the 100th anniversary of First in the Nation in 2020. Even though we're a small state, and we have a population of 1.3 million, we have affordable markets, we have a seasoned, diverse citizenry, and a proven ability to vet candidates for president. We have the largest state legislature in the nation, and we sponsor 1,000 bills a year. We have acumen at deciding on legislation. And you don't have to be wealthy to run in New Hampshire. It's a small market. Any natural-born citizen who dreams of being president of the United States can compete for our nomination. We have reliably winnowed down the field of potential candidates, and the ones that survive the vetting process from our New Hampshire constituents are better for the experience. And so I thank the body for reaffirming our support for first in the nation preservation. So thank you.
Well, what members agree?
Make a motion.
Rise.
To make a motion, Mr. Speaker,
State your motion.
to print the remarks of the previous speaker in the permanent journal.
Without objection. We have an objection. We now have to vote on whether to print the remarks in the permanent journal. The question before the House is to print the remarks of the previous speaker in the journal. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Remarks will be printed. Chair recognizes Representative Perez for unanimous consent.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members of the House. I'm here to say that I'm really proud and I'm honored to be an immigrant who never thought I was going to be a member of this House. That's how I want to start. And second of all, I want to say thank you for the members of the House for each side of the party, not just Democrats, but Republicans, who reached out to me after I had to take a hard decision for my caucus to leave the NHDP. We left the executive committee of the Democratic Party. The reason that we left the executive committee of the Democratic Party is because my caucus doesn't feel welcome by the Democratic Party. Our voices try to be shut down. We can't do that. I believe our community is being tokenized by many, and it's time for us to win the respect. They only come and ask our opinions when they start to vote. They only come and ask for our vote, but they never count in our voices when it comes to make decisions. I will say thank you because it's never been easy for me to open the scars, how hard it was for me to cross the border. I'm a survivor of sexual assault at the border. It's not easy for me to come in and testify and told every single all of you how hard it's been. It's been 30 plus years since I crossed the border. Those scars get open every time that I have to testify and talk to you guys about the things that as an immigrant we have to go through just to get here and protect our life from the word. I will say thank you. And lastly, I want to say that my commitment to my community haven't changed. We changing the name, our Latino caucus, for just the Latino caucus, where everyone can be welcome, Democrats, Republicans, and Independents. We don't want to have or feel everyone unwelcome. It's been so hard for me to take this decision, but I'm still the chair of the Latino caucus, but non-partisan. We don't want to have a partisan. We want to make everyone feel welcome. And lastly, I will say the congressional delegation who's been criticizing previous administration from going to the border and speak negatively about immigrants. What happened to you? You tokenized us previously to talk negative about previous administration, but now you utilize immigrants to win some vote. Shame on you. Shame on you for using human just to try to get votes. And trust me, they're gonna try to get veterans to vote for them. I just let you know that I feel very disgraceful to call myself a Democrat, because a lot of Democrats have been calling people from other caucuses to say, do not go in public, do not talk about it. Shame on you for disrespecting my community. Shame on you for trying to silence our voices. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Osborne moves the House stand in recess for the purpose of
Mr.
introduction
Speaker.
of bills.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to.
I'm in the middle of something. for the purpose of introduction of bills, enrolled bills amendments, and enrolled bills reports receiving messages. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The House is in recess to the call of the chair.